watching. Hopefully this will be a spirited, lively and interesting discussion. I've got some gorgeous panel members to introduce to you. They'll be telling you a little bit about themselves shortly. So to my left, Sarah Sheikh, Director of Research at Institute of Future Transport and Cities, Trish Willits, Coventry Bid Director, and Councillor Jim O'Boyle, Cabinet Member for Jobs Regeneration and Climate Change at Coventry City Council. So welcome to you all. My name, and I should introduce myself as I am chairing this, is Beth McCardle. I am a real estate partner at Shoesmiths. I have worked with retailers for over 20 years, so this is something that's really, really close to my heart because obviously retail, bricks and mortar, has suffered tremendously during the pandemic. So, Sarah, would you like to introduce yourself and say a few words about what we're going to talk about today, which is the return to the cities, the urban regeneration following the pandemic, and how we're going to make it work?
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. So Coventry is my city, and I want to welcome everyone who's come from outside and from the city as well. I'm here at the university. The university has a very large footprint in the city, and as such, it's a kind of a living lab for us from time to time in terms of the insights, in terms of research and kind of development that we do at the university. For us, I think it's very important to just reflect on the kind of science and research we do, just to understand behavior, just to understand design, transport and access, and a number of other issues around kind of regions and the cities and urban areas as well, and so on. And one of the key things clearly is how our notion of ownership and responsibility towards our key assets, which are cultural assets, which are societal kind of norms and the links that we have, how we preserve them, but how we develop them and how we, of course, kind of realize the bigger challenges that are coming down the line or that are here already in terms of the environment, in terms of kind of managing the population and the diversity, in terms of a number of other similar societal issues. So I'll touch on a few of them, but also, if you allow me, if everyone allows me, I'll give you my personal perspective, because there's nothing like a walk down an urban small town center and area. And I think I just want to share that as an experience with you as well as we go through the discussion.
Lovely, thank you so much. Trish, over to you.
Good morning all. My name is Trish Willits. I'm the Bid Director for Coventry City Centre, which is the Business Improvement District. I look after the 700 businesses within the Ring Road, or as we call it very favourably, our moat. Once we get people in the middle of our city centre, we're in a really beautiful medieval city. I chair the Smarter Transport meetings for the Local Enterprise Trust, and I'm ambassador for the City of Culture, and also I chair the Visitor Experience meeting for the Destination Management Partnership on behalf of the Council. Coventry isn't my home, but I do class myself as the West Midlands Combined Authority. As a Brummie, living in Solihull, working in Coventry, my heart is in the city here. I've been working in the city for 5 years. And hopefully, if you're a local person, you've seen a huge transformation in that time as we've worked with the council and our stakeholders on the change. Last year was probably the hardest year of my career, but delighted with what we did and how we did and where we are now. So again, this morning, as we talk through things, I can talk about several initiatives that we're working with our businesses. Our void rate in the city centre is the best in the country. Our levy collection rate in the city centre from our businesses is the best in the country. So the fact that we are the UK City of Culture is an absolute tonic to the fact that our businesses have confidence in Coventry. So I'm happy to help today, and thank you for inviting me.
I love a bit of passion, Trish. Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Yeah, good morning. So just for the benefit of doubt, Councillor Jim O'Boyle, I'm the Cabinet Member in Coventry for Jobs and Regeneration and also Climate Change. And I was born in Coventry, I live in Coventry, went to school in Coventry, and it's my home. Coventry's going through a bit of a renaissance at the moment. There's a massive amount of investment going on in our city centre, both in terms of public and indeed private investment. We've got new hotels opening, we've got new office blocks being built, we've got new retailers coming into the city centre. We've got £44 million of public realm work that's totally transforming the centre of our city. We've got big plans for a particular part of the city centre called City Centre South, some of our more important culturally important and historic important buildings are being regenerated and being brought back into public gaze and indeed public use. So there's a lot of really exciting things happening in the city, and hopefully we'll be able to touch on that in a bit more detail as we go forward to today. But just one point I just want to emphasise, the point Trish made is absolutely right. I was checking these figures before I came here this morning. The voids in the city centre, so empty shops, are actually decreasing in the city centre, which is going completely against the trend both nationally and of course recently in our city as well. So all the pointers look very positive.
Thank you so much. Right, so there we have got slido.com, which you can ask questions on, and there's a microphone for you guys in the tent if you've got any burning questions you want to ask and I haven't covered it in mine. Please feel free to come up at the appropriate time or signal when it's your turn. So, team, where do we start? And where would we like to see ourselves in 5 years' time? It's been a tough 18 months. I think people want a lot more than they did 18 months ago to come out of their houses. So where do we need to start? What do we need to focus on first?
Should I
That'd be lovely.
pick that up? I think it's just picking up on the point that I finished on, really, in terms of voids, i.e. shops that were previously vacant are now being taken up for rent. City centres, back in the day, if you wanted to go and do your shopping, where did you go? You went to the city centre. That's not the case anymore. You've got the out-of-town retail complexes, and of course, you know, as has already been identified, I know you're touching it later, online retail businesses that are taking a bigger and bigger chunk of city centre business away from city centres. That's a fact of life. So how do city centres respond to that? And I think Coventry, I believe, is slightly ahead of the curve, because for me, city centres are going to be, and Coventry is one good example of this as we develop over the next few years, and you can see it now. It's not just about shopping, it's about experiences. It's about coming to the theatre. It's about meeting your friends in pubs and restaurants. Coventry is actually having more restaurants opened at the moment. For years, it was a great plan of Coventry to get a so-called restaurant quarter. That is now happening, and we're getting some greater restaurant names opening here. In fact, there's one being opened up at the moment, Turtle Bay and Cathedral Lanes. Cathedral Lanes, interestingly, that's a very good example. It's just in Broadgate. That used to be a shopping centre. It was never viable. It was never really made any money. They closed it down. They've opened it as a restaurant quarter. That gives you an example of where city centres are going. We've got investment going on in our Belgrave Theatre at the moment as well. We've had investment going on in the Herbert Art Gallery. And of course, we've got great plans for what's known as a collection centre, which is the old IKEA store, which again, interestingly, was the only sort of city centre IKEA store, I understand, in the country. It opened in 2007. Unfortunately, last year it closed. Its numbers obviously weren't doing what IKEA would want. It's going to be opened up as what's known as a collection centre. It's going to have some nationally important artistic pieces of work from Art England there actually in our city centre, and it will be, you know, culturally not just important to the city, culturally important to the country. That is where I think city centres are going, and Coventry is absolutely leading the way. And one final point is, more and more people need to live in city centres to make it their home. If people live in city centres, it actually becomes their backyard. They become safer. They become less, there's less crime recorded, because people are actually taking an interest in effect, their back garden. If someone's in my back garden, I want to go out and find out what's going on. That is the exact same thing that we're going to do, and we will see in the city centre.
I think I agree. And mental health and well-being now are such a big part, aren't they, of life? You can't just look at, I want to go to the shops, I want to go for a meal. So things like art galleries, things like being safe in public spaces, things like green, you know, green, we hear all about it, whether that's plants, living our lives to the best we can, being more environmentally responsible. I suppose you're right. If people are living in the cities, they'll be treating the cities in a different way to the way we have historically.
And our city centres actually, sometimes people don't believe it when we say it, it's actually one of the greenest city centres anywhere in the country. And as part of some of my public realm, we're actually introducing more green, more water features. It's things that actually make people want to sit around, interestingly, and actually enjoy the space itself, just for the space rather than the fact there's a reason for being there. So I think there's, other than shopping or whatever. So I think there's, as I said, I think people are voting with their feet. Going to the city centre today doesn't have to be a lovely sunny day, although it generally is here, we all know that. But generally speaking, you go around there at the moment in the precinct, it's unbelievable watching people sit around and just enjoy the space, kids playing in the water features, because that was a part of my life when I was a little kid growing up. I remember water features in the city. For whatever reason, they disappeared. We've reintroduced them. Sometimes the future is what we had in the past, if you see what I mean. We learn from our past, and that's important.
It is, although football supporters jumping in the canals in Birmingham did trouble me a bit. They're braver than I am. I'm not sure I would have done that. Right, so what would we like to see if we could just click our fingers and an initiative springs to life, all completed? What would it be? Suraj, I know you want to take this one.
Yeah, thank you. So, a couple of things I just want to mention. I'm so glad we've mentioned, food and drinks industry. I think that's great to bring people in and so on. So a couple of things. One is personal, and one is more to do with work. So at the university, we did a project around transport safety, and particularly the perception of safety and people feeling safe, and particularly focused on gender issues. And this was a study that was in Coventry, a number of the European cities and Asian cities as well, and so on. And what was quite worrying was about, how many women actually don't feel safe on public transport. And that's more than half the population, a substantial majority don't feel safe. And this was across a number of cities. And so I think to address that, we've looked at what interventions, what measures, what design measures could there be. Sometimes it's as simple as lighting in the right parts, in the right way. Sometimes it's simple as just raising awareness and education of people who are on the public transport, men or women or whoever, to be able to then, create an environment where people feel safe. And I think safety is something that we need to just work on as an experience, as a perception, as something that we perhaps could, kind of manage and regulate and enforce. And there are a number of things on, public buses, for example, or trams and other just looking at, initiatives across the region, across the West Midlands Combined Authority. But it's something we should think about as a community, as a society, to see how we kind of promote that. Interesting insights there. I'm happy to share them more beyond this. As a personal wish list, if I were to click my fingers and request for something or ask for something or wish for something, if it was up to me, I would take as many urban areas and pedestrianize them. There is something amazing about just walking through, with stalls, with food, with music, with art, and just the city becomes a blank canvas where people come and just then draw their imagination, their culture, their creativity. And there's nothing like that, because one of the biggest challenges that we've seen, and I've seen particularly, it's just the car fumes and the whole environment you get. So to make it accessible, we need to make it equally accessible for people for whom walking may not be the best mode of transport. But then besides that, I think pedestrianism has a number of other advantages. You mentioned health and well-being. As I said, a number of small businesses and stalls and everything else could be set up. It could be a festival every day. I just think there needs government action. And I think there was a question about taxation. Yeah. I think, why don't we spend some central budget and get the cities to compete? Who could pedestrianize as much of their inner urban areas as they can? I think that would be fantastic.
I think it would be great. And with the cafe culture we've seen coming into play with businesses returning, I think that's just, when you walk past it and you hear the noise and the vibrancy, it's exciting.
The one thing that's often been challenged just on that point to me is the weather. And I've been traveling to Copenhagen a few years before, the time when we could travel for work. And if you go there, it's very cold. It's a very cold country, but they have blankets and they give you these heaters, and they have these plastic sheets outside cafes and restaurants. and it would be -7. People would be sitting outside having dinner. And I'm thinking, I think we can do it.
Well, I think the pandemic's made businesses much more imaginative. They've challenged themselves much more as to how they can keep performing. So I think we shouldn't stop. We should start from it. Trish, I'm sorry, I'm conscious that you wanted to interject then as well.
I totally agree. And what we need to remember is Coventry was one of the first pedestrianised cities in the country and possibly the world. Jim, I'll leave that one with you. But I know Rourke at Culture Coventry was on the familiarisation trip last week, was talking about this. Our businesses have embraced the moment. We in Coventry, we didn't have the cosmopolitan feel of a brilliant city, but the pandemic has really made the businesses think, do you know what? Yes. So we do have the blankets, we do have the heaters, we do have the screens, and the city is morphing into the city that it needs to be. It's almost that growing up moment that the pandemic has forced the businesses to consider, but they've taken it wholeheartedly. Some of our small independents, even with the grants that central government were giving out, rather than what on earth do we do or how do we cope, Samo and Joe's down on Spon Street worked with their neighbour, which was DMP Architects. They've taken a small lease on the car park that the IDP had, and they've put out wonderful tables and chairs. They've put screening around, and it's created a really pleasant environment for people to come. That being said, what we've done as a big team is worked exactly on what you've said, and we've sponsored all of the independents on Spon Street with the support of the council to start the Spon Street Borough Market. One of the learnings that we took from Hull when they were the UK City of Culture is they started a borough market in that time. It's now the best borough market in the region. So we've started ours in Coventry. We've had a couple of wonderful market Sundays. We intend to do that moving forward. Loads of great learning, but our independents have picked up the mantle, just needed a small financial support. And going back to taxation, for those of you that don't know, a business improvement district is a taxed area. So the businesses pay 1.2% on top of their business rates that then comes to us in the bid that we spend on the better good of the city. So we have added money that we work with the council on spending of £500,000 a year. Each bid is in for 5 years at a time. So you can see we've got a couple of £1 million that we're spending back in for the better good. That being said, as an independent organisation, we can react to change. We don't have to keep each year doing the same thing because we don't have the mandatory obligations our great friends at the council do. So hence us being able to change, start the borough market and be proactive.
Yeah, so there's a couple of questions on the board that I think will get covered by my next question. So technology, I mean, it's come on, hasn't it? There's nothing that you can't order from the comfort of your sofa anymore. Whatever you want can be delivered. Pretty much any service you want can be delivered bar those that you have to go out to. I appreciate all of us probably sported some amazing haircuts during the pandemic. But how do we draw people back out? And how do we cope? Retailers have really struggled. Leisure industries really struggled. We've got voids on the high streets, which was already a problem before the pandemic. And we've seen that change. So how can we fill our empty high street shops? How can we get more independent businesses, as you said, to come in? Because there's nothing almost more attractive than going into a shopping arcade where it isn't the same names all the time. And I think you need that balance of both. And I think that would be a boost to the established retailers, which we have more of the independents in, offer more of an experience.
Absolutely. And for those of you that haven't seen, we've actually been opening independents during the pandemic. Today we opened the Metropolis Bar, again, a pure independent business going into the bottom of the old Draper's Bar. We've opened Fratelli's. We're just about to open the Empire, which is a new music venue. They're all independent businesses. So we very much are attracting independents. It is about experience.
The same
Not
faces.
at all, no. It's been because of the £44 million public realm that the council have put out there, again, is a real attraction to businesses to go, do you know what, we need to be there. Yesterday, I had a call from a British manufacturer of children's organic clothing. They want to come to the city. So we're working with our developers to get those guys in. Coventry is really changing. And we have 200 independents in the city centre, not forgetting our wonderful friends at Fargo Village, and they've got 70 independents. And that is a fantastic, eclectic way of working, and a wonderful experience, literally 10 minutes from the city centre, but that they're part of our bid and they work really closely. And again, during the pandemic, many of these independents have been massively investing and then investing and investing again. Again, Fargo, the example of that is they built something called the Factory. So this is Coventry's own Digbeth Diner. Digbeth Diner brand from Birmingham is very, very well respected and very, very well renowned. We now have the Coventry equivalent to that, which is the Factory, and it's doing exceptionally well. They've created a rooftop bar area, and it's a really wonderful place to go and visit. So yeah,
that was a perfect thing, because one of the questions is, can we make more of some of our assets, such as Coventry Market, to include food experiences similar to what you see in Europe, which is coming back to your point about pedestrianising the areas, isn't it? And making that cafe culture a permanent fixture, as opposed to what we've enjoyed so far since the lockdown's been slightly released.
Absolutely. I think just one thing to add to this, for me, the last 18 months, one of the challenges is, so I've been here at the university almost a dozen years now, and
you don't look old enough.
And the Coventry University has a very large city centre footprint, and the diversity of people that you see, a lot of the students, 20,000 plus students, when they're in the city, they bring all that culture and that interaction and that whole dynamic kind of environment and so on. And it's just so sad to see that. But I think the one thing just to also think about amongst all of this is to engage young people. I think we are doing this, and all this planning and conversation and all this narrative is going to feed into the future. And this is all this talk about recovery over the next 5 to 10 years. And I think this is something we need to really bring out. And the one thing I've said certainly to my children's school is that take the children to the city centre, from time to time. That could be a field trip, get to know your city. And the number of times that, when they read geography, they're reading about the regions of the world. Great, let's start with our own city. I just think it's simple things that could perhaps, make a big difference.
It's a sense of pride, isn't it? Being proud of where you live and where you are. And that could be while you're at university as well. My sister went to Coventry University and she had a lovely, lovely time here. It's a great city. So regeneration schemes are happening all across the UK, but there's a perception that many of them will fail because they're not part of a wider vision. Do you agree? And if so, what needs to be done to ensure these regeneration schemes are a success?
They're looking at me now.
You've been quiet
I couldn't get a word in edgeways, could I? But no, it was very interesting to listen. In fact, I just wanted to mention a couple of the questions first, really, because a couple of them came out of what I said earlier on. Firstly, interestingly, should cities get more taxations to spend locally? Well, as a local councillor, I'm probably bound to say, well, yes. Wouldn't we rather do that rather than taxation is spent nationally? I'll give you one example. Test and Trace, that is now sort of recognised as being a complete failure generally. Millions and billions were spent on it, and it proved not to be at all effective. As soon as the vaccine rollout started, which was a much more localised event, that has been a huge success. I think that explains why you should bring more decision making closer to where people live. Will we always get it right? A lot of people say no, we don't. But actually, I think we do predominantly, and I think it's because we're closer to people. I live in my city, I live in my area, I know exactly what's going on, and I think we are much closer. And of course, as a councillor, I'm accountable. I'm elected every 4 years, so I think in that sense, people have the right to say we agree with you or we don't agree with you. Someone asked as well about the IKEA, the collection centre. Just to make the point on that, what the purpose of this is, there's works of art owned by the nation that are locked up in lockups up and down the country that no one can ever see and no one will ever see, other than occasionally a few of them might come out and end up in some gallery for a little while somewhere in the country you don't know about. The whole purpose of this is to bring the whole collection together, and we haven't worked out the detail yet, but the plan is and the hope is that we can have opportunities for art actually to be viewed by the public in that particular setting. But it won't be an open art gallery in the way people would imagine it. But the point is, the idea will be that this will both be safer and more secure these pieces of art for the country and for the world, for the country, but also as well an opportunity for people to come and actually view it as well. And in terms of regeneration generally, I mean, I can only really speak for Coventry because I actually do think, and I think I opened up by saying, because people were asking, how do you get more people out? Well, let me sort of put it back. Why are the audience here today? Why are you here today? Because you could have done this online, couldn't you? And I think it's because people do want to come out. People do want to actually get out and about. You know, we are social creatures. You know, for a little while, working at home was quite a nice change. But after a while, it became very, very.
Last
It
year,
was
the weather was
beautiful.
lovely. When it was
Can you imagine the
one.
pandemic in the middle of winter when everyone's having to have the heating? How much the heating bills would have cost? It was extraordinary, you know. And actually, you didn't get any extra money to pay for that and all the rest of it. So there are all sorts of other considerations to be made as well. But I think it is, as I said earlier on, it's about experiences. It's about, as was said a minute ago by Siraj, bring people out into the city, come and actually see what's going on, and you'll be both fascinated and actually you'll have a view about it. You might want to say to people like me, we want this, we want that, we want the rest. Because I tell you now, if I went around this room and said to everybody, what do you want in the city centre? What do you want in the city centre? I'll probably get 100 different answers. You can never please all the people all the time. What you can do is actually make it as attractive and as viable, because ultimately, in order for city centres to be worthwhile, they have to be viable. So you have to have strong businesses, strong brands who actually bring something unique to our city. And I think Trisha's, eloquently described the number of retail units that are completely independent in our city, which is really, really interesting. It's often something that is often missed. And my final point is, just on this, Siraj made a very good point about the university, about the students. Well, I just make the point as well. Siraj works for the university. Just Coventry University alone has got over 4,000 people who work there. And when it's open and vibrant, that's 4,000 people coming into our city centre quite often during the week, spending money, actually interacting and actually living as well in our city and using our public transport. So they are part of our ecosystem. Never look at it in one particular way. It's just the students. It's not. It's part of a wider economic vibrancy that we have in our city.
Absolutely. And to add to that point, we host Severn Trent, which is their headquarters. They've got 2,500 people in there. The council house itself, 5,000 people in there. So there is a lot of people walking around Coventry City Centre. Pre-pandemic, a couple of my bid associates from across the country came for a visit, and we sat in Starbucks on Broadgate just watching people go across, and they couldn't believe the footfall that we have, and that was at a time before all of this amazing work. Just going back to why would people come in? We are human. We love each other. We love to meet people. We love to be out there. We've created a moment in time for people to come back. So while we've been in this pandemic and we've all been working from home and looking at ourselves at a screen and putting more lippy on because it doesn't quite look right. Nice colour, Jim. Jim and the Public Realm team, Jo Shaw, I mean, hats off to the woman. They've created a city centre from an absolute building site. That work didn't stop. They worked so hard. Going across to our great friends at Coventry University, they've built the Starling Garden, and that is just absolutely gorgeous. So we have so many more open spaces in the city centre in a year when everyone was at home, so that it is the time for people to open their eyes, come back into the city centre. I mean, my husband's in the crowd today, Mark. Mark and I arrived this morning into Salt Lane car park. It was down to like next to no cars being in there. We're on the 4th floor because it was full. People are ready to come out. It is a moment in time. The change is now. And we created the foundation with the physical and the business life. So we're ready to welcome people back.
It's a symbiotic relationship, isn't it? The cities need people.
Yes.
And arguably people need the cities. So one of the questions is, how would you encourage people to live long term and raise families in the city rather than moving out to the suburbs for more space?
Well, that is really the cusp of what I was saying again earlier on, really. And Coventry is very. I know there's dispute and argument about just how big Coventry's population is and how much it is growing, whether it's growing 5,000 a year, 10,000 a year, whatever it is. Will it be 40,000? Will it be 20,000? Who knows? One thing I can tell you, though, is actually we know our city is growing in population. Be interesting to see what the actual census figures are later on this year. I don't think they've been released yet, because interestingly, in 2001, the census gave a population in Coventry of 301,000. In 2011, the population went up to about 311, 312,000. And then what we've seen from different organisations who make population predictions is anything from up to 350, 360,000 are in the city, which actually, interestingly, is not unusual for Coventry, because back in the 60s, the 50s and 60s, Coventry's population was about 360, 370,000. In those days, there used to be 4 parliamentary seats in Coventry, which meant that, you know, our city was big. It decreased in numbers, and those parliamentary seats reduced accordingly. So it'd be interesting to see what those figures will be. But the point is that there's a fine line between, I want to see people have a nice house, a nice garden for kids to play and all the rest of it. I'd hate to go back to the idea of people in massive high rises where kids are in, you know, on the 15th floor, you know, there's nowhere to play. I think it's a balance you've got to make. And I think generally in city centres, what we're finding is that particularly the sort of so-called, and I hate this word, but I think the audience will know what I mean when the word millennials. So people who were born at a certain time, they have a slightly different perhaps view of how they want to enjoy the world, how they want to shop, how they want to travel, how they want to live. And our city's kind of responding to that. We're bringing in some things what's known as PRS schemes, which are private rented schemes. So these are not flats necessarily that are built to be sold, they're built to be rented. Why is that important? Because Coventry traditionally has really struggled to get that sort of investment into our city. And this is private investment, by the way. And the reason is because the market wasn't there. About 4 or 5 years ago, I did a deal to make sure that the old cooperative shop that closed because it ceased trading, they wanted to knock it down, actually. And I stopped it being knocked down because as a council, we own the freehold. So in other words, the land that the building was built on, we own the freehold. And I gave it permission to be renovated and regenerated. Those properties were then sold. The actual, they were sold, you know, for whatever price it was, higher level than we'd had in the city recently. The reason why that's important is not because I want to price people or local people out of the market. It's actually to encourage more investment into our city that then can bring more affordable properties to our city. And that's what we're seeking to do. Because now we've got private rented schemes coming in. They're then bought up by big insurance companies and banks. That's important because actually it's an investment for them, but they have to keep those products in pristine condition. That then brings rents in. That then means you bring more spend to our city, you know, because again, it's our backyard. So it's a virtuous circle. So that is happening in our city right now. There's one happening at what used to be Elliott's Car Accessories, if anyone remembers Mercy Sound and the old advert on the radio years ago. It was basically a car accessories shop. That's now going to be known as Elliott's Yard. That's a private rented scheme bought up by an insurance company, and that will have 200, and it's 2-bedroom units and some 1-bedroom units as well. So it's a mixture of a single occupancy or double occupancy and potential for some families as well. And we're having some in the city centre, which will be revealed in the not too distant future.
And just going back to the cooperative, Neil Edgington and the Edge Property team, one of my board directors, says he put the apartments on the open market, and 95% of those apartments sold off plan. Which was absolutely incredible for the city that has never seen that before. When Neil was building and originally came into the city, he was on a £240 a square metre offering. By the time he'd finished the cooperative, it was £350 a square metre. So you can see the big change in the city. And that then is a really attractive offer for other developers to come and investors, and we're in a really good position where we've got those people building and bringing things to the city.
I mean, it's great for students, I suppose, and great for maybe people that are just maybe getting engaged, getting married, or moving in with a partner. But what about families? How are we going to encourage families in and provide a residential space that's big enough for a family to live in?
And I think that was the point I was trying to get at, is that actually Coventry geographically is actually, compared to cities of a similar population size, geographically we're so much smaller than other parts of the country. So we have a limited amount of space. You can walk in our city centre from one side of the ring road to the other in about 10 minutes. That's quite unusual. And most of it is pedestrianised, as has already been discussed. I think there's limited room unless you put huge, blocks high up in the sky. I'm not sure how, in some ways they're viable, and there will be some families, but I think in the main, as part of, and again, this is slightly controversial, but Coventry, like all city centres and all what's known as all city councils or planning authorities, they have to have something what's known as a local plan. Within our local plan, there are plans for lots of family housing, but not necessarily within the city centre.
And it tends to be. It needs to be, does it?
No, and it doesn't.
City centre the size of Coventry,
I would
it's all
hate,
quite close.
And I will never, and this is the one thing, and I think it's a big mistake. I think if you try and plan people's lives in a way that is done on a bit of paper, I think you'll fail miserably. And I think back in the day, when there was lots of high-rise in certain places, I think they had their place, and we've still got them in the city, and they are a very, very good use of space at times. But as a general thing, putting lots of families in high-rise blocks is not the answer to conducive good living.
I think there'll be less appetite for it anyway, won't there? Right, to the floor. Any questions from the floor? You've all been very quiet. Do you want to come to the mic just over here? Or you can shout. No, that's fine. You shout.
Can I ask a question? I know you see I find it quite interesting in the current or the last downturn, economic downturn. The culture is something that is the first industry, as it were, or section of our culture that money is taken away from it. I'm finding it quite fascinating now. During the rebuild of city centres, there's a big emphasis now on culture to bring people back into our towns and cities. That's very ironic, and I welcome it. But also, how can you encourage independent traders to stay within a city, and how can you protect their rents and their when you come down to the business rates, for example, when they start to flourish, the first thing that goes up is their rent and their rates. How can you keep that at a competitive level with multinational companies, and how can you keep and maintain those? Because those companies or those businesses will stay local because they are local. We see in Cardiff, for example, many a shop is empty and it's not being filled, and landlords are unwilling to bring down their rents because then their capital is being diminished by the rent being diminished.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that. Yeah. Yeah, and over the last 12 months there's been a big shift in that. I mean, we've got a lot of stock in the city centre that is owned by the council. But we've also got an awful lot of private landlords that are in the city centre, and they've been really mindful to look after the independents. We've had landlords that have said to some of our independents, "Don't pay me till you can." And as time went on, "Don't pay me for 6 months." And as time went on, "Don't pay me for 12 months. Let's draw a line and let's start again." So I think there is a big shift over the last 18 months to a different way of being. People are being a little bit more kind. Yes, at the end of the day, it's the bottom line. It's the money that everybody needs to move and survive. And one great example of that is our friends at Cafe Italia on Trinity Street. They're in with a private landlord who took the biggest, deepest intake of breath when we went into lockdown, and the guys there said, "We can't pay you." And he was like, "Well, you've got to pay me, haven't you got to pay me? Do you need to pay me?" "No, you don't need to pay me. We're going to be all right. No one's getting paid. Let's have a conversation." And I do think the chat now is very different to where it was. I think we were all going at such an incredible pace before pandemic. We were going, you pay your rent, you pay your bills, you do this. Everyone's now very much more open to a conversation. We work really closely with the commercial property team in the council, and we had one of our business owners who had been independent 40 years in the city centre, and an incredible businessman, fantastic businessman. And obviously having to close, he couldn't pay the rent. The team at the council were like, oh my God, my bottom line, my KPI, we've got to make sure that we do this, we've got to make sure that we do that. What we then did, we worked really closely with the business rates team, who were then turned from the best debt collectors in the world, collecting the business rates and the bid levy, into the biggest delivery of funding from central government. So we were then helping dovetail those two opportunities back in really quickly to help those businesses survive. And there are now very much open conversations of, yes, that's the rent, but that was the rent pre-pandemic. And I can see lots of shifts moving forward. Culture, you are absolutely right, is at the heart and soul of everything that we need to do. So as a bid in Coventry, we are going to be the first fully cultural bid when we go into our next bid ballot, which is in January 23. And what we've done, and a conversation that we'll be having this afternoon as part of the taking the opportunity of being culture in the Queen of Flanders, is that we've changed absolutely our business model. As we were work with the council on our current business model, our new one will be that we will ensure that art and culture is in the heart of every one of our businesses. I was really fortunate before pandemic to go to Nantes and to Toulouse in France to have a look at the way that they've embedded culture into business and how that's working. In Nantes, the mayor actually invests 100 million euro a year into culture to make that city an incredible city, so that even the lampposts have been designed by an artist. We're on that crest of a wave. So the public realm work that the council have been doing, they've been getting artists to create poems, they've been getting artists to put some street art in. Now Coventry Bid is a delivery partner for the City of Culture, bringing 2 major cultural projects over the next 12 months and legacy-wise. The first one is called In Paint We Trust. In Paint We Trust art project, where we'll be bringing regional, Coventry regional, national, international. One went onto one of our wonderful council buildings on Tower Street. That was brought in by David Speed, a Birmingham born artist, which is the neon image of the wonderful young person, and the theme and the brief for that was hope. So do go and have a look at Hope. It's on Bishopsgate on Tower Street. The second major piece of art in the city centre was brought in by Dreff, an international renowned artist, and that is really embedded onto the side of our fantastic Belgrade Theatre, and it is an image of Ira Eldridge, again the first black manager of any theatre in the world, and it was here in Coventry. So we're really embedding the work that we're doing. The next project that we own and are delivering is the show Windows. The show Windows project is actually being created and commissioned by us at the bid, and our creative director is Charlie Levine. Charlie Levine's from Solihull. Charlie Levine is a creative director for ITV Creates. So ITV Creates, if you look at the television, ITV, in between the adverts of the programming on ITV for the last 18 months, you've been seeing art installations of the letters ITV. They've again all been put together by artists, and Charlie is that person. Charlie works for me now, and we are creating the show Windows project. We opened that in March alongside I beg your pardon, in May, alongside the opening of the City of Culture. And the show Windows theme we opened a storybook in May, and Baum, who wrote The Wizard of Oz in the 1900s, also wrote in that same year the show Windows book. The show Windows book was a moment in time to look into our businesses through their windows. So again, we did that because for 12 months we've been looking out of our windows at home, out into the general public. What we're now doing is asking people to come in and look into the windows of our businesses. So the first installations in May were called Cov as Oz. Again, worked with a local artist called Ben Jevons, absolutely incredible guy, who's created a decal that we popped on the front of the businesses. Being mindful of COVID, we were working to COVID restrictions back then. And we've got Carve as of, so the Emerald City, on 6 of our businesses in the city centre. Yesterday was our beginning of July installations. And you can go today, and we'd be delighted for you to go and have a look down in the yard where we've put Adam Nathaniel Furman, who is the artist in residence at King's Cross. He's just installed the most magnificent window down in the yard. But again, culturally, we're working with our businesses to finance the project. So the Show Windows project is not only financed through the Business Improvement District, the City of Culture team, but REBA West Midlands are putting a phenomenal amount of money in. And the first REBA window you will see going into the 2021 shop from next week. And I'm delighted to say the first architectural team bringing that in is Gensler Europe. So again, a really fantastic, renowned organisation bringing the windows in. And we will take these windows right through the next 12 months. I'm delighted to tell you in November, we're also going internationally to Mumbai.
We're nearly out of time.
Sorry.
I mean, it's
So
all
yeah,
so
culture
exciting
and
wonderful.
business, 100%.
Yeah, sorry, one more quick question.
This talk is under the heading of green growth, and we haven't talked much about green growth so far. I just wonder whether any more initiatives, council initiatives like the pod and the food union, and to utilise the allotments and to encourage more sort of local food growth and food selling like they do at the pod.
Can I add to that question? Because we're running out of time. Just to speak on the end of it, to say that everything you've talked about, and especially the redevelopment you've talked about in the city centre, all of this stuff has been planned for a temperature range and a world that we no longer live in. Like, we've seen what's happened in New York to the substations. We've seen 50 degrees in Canada. We saw almost 50 degrees in Avignon in France, in Northern Europe. How is your city centre and your regeneration projects and your artistic projects, how are they going to adapt and survive in that different world, that different planet? Because you're basing it on the past. None of you have talked about the future and future-proofing.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I'm happy to answer that with no problem at all. I mean, our great friends in the pod and all the work that they're doing over there is incredible. As we move through the show windows projects, in April of next year, the City of Culture projects come to a finale with the Green Futures initiative. So each month our windows have a theme, and in April it is Green Futures. We're working with the university on some installations of recycling as we move through, and we will continue that theme right through 2022. So yes, we are considering, we are working on that, and that's plans as we move through the next 12 months.
And what about the food piece?
So the food piece, there's a big piece of work that the City of Culture team are doing. I'm not close to it. I think it'd be really lovely. The lady at the City of Culture is Amanda Roberts, that you can talk to, but she's working on some huge pieces. It's not my bag, although I am a town planner and have a heart in the environment. I'm not actually working on that. I'm delivering these 2 projects at the moment.
Because we haven't got time to go into it all, but suffice it to say that I can assure that the lady who asked the question that actually the future is very much at the heart of everything that we do, and actually we're building in actually our climate change commitments in a way that will be understood in order to actually reduce our carbon footprint as a city. That's one of the reasons why we're doing a lot more greening, a lot more water features and things like that. But actually, we've got a whole range of initiatives around transport and actually reducing carbon, etc., that is absolutely massive. And we're not only, I think, a region leader as well as a country leader. There'll be some argument to say very soon that we're a world leader in this city in terms of moving forward, in terms of new transport that will be completely carbon neutral. So there's lots of things that we're doing actually to build in to exactly the points that were made in order to make our city and our country sustainable.
All right, well, I think we are at a close. So thank you all for joining us. Thank you, panel. Really, really interesting. And thank you for having me. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome. My name's John Lilly. I'm the CEO of a company called MeetSpace VR. That is a business that creates virtual reality experiences that would probably be too dangerous or impossible to achieve in real life. We're based underneath the Utilita Arena in Birmingham. But I'm also the founder of two other companies, GameWagon, where we allow young gamers, children, to play the games that they love with the friends and family that they love, doing birthday parties. And that was really you can see some of the vehicles here of GameWagon, a fleet of vehicles crammed full. It's like an Aladdin's cave of video game joy, probably the easiest birthday party that a parent will ever host as well. But that was really a vehicle to allow me to focus on my passion. And that is inspiring young children to create technology. And the hook for creating the soft skills as well as the hard skills in developing our future digital citizens was their chosen area of specialization, where they are all experts, video games. Each of these companies over the past, well, that day, the 20th of March, which will ring true in all our minds, suddenly had to be mothballed. Tough year. But I always believe that you hire people that are better than yourself. One of them's here today, Tony. One of them can't be here, Nikki, who both run these businesses. And we were able to pivot and go online. My business, MeetSpace VR, couldn't really pivot. It's based on social interactions. It's based on people coming together and having fun physically. But Nikki and Tony were able to pivot GameWagon and Junior Game Creators and take it online. The only thing I had left to offer during that period was my time, but also to use my existing customers. And I asked them to help us out, to buy gift cards for a future experience to help our business survive. And on the back of that, I built a bursary. The focus of that bursary was for every gift card that was purchased, it created an hour of coding and workshop, video game creating for any child that qualified for free school meals. And it was a roaring success. And today I want to talk to you about that bursary scheme, what we do, why we do it, and also how you can help. I want you, as I introduce myself, we use this in our workshops. It's a little top trump card that children that attend and participate in our workshops fill out. And maybe you can fill one out for yourself in your own head. I will be asking for some audience participation during this session. So I may ask you, what your most interesting fact about yourself is, or what your arch nemesis is. And also, what defines you? I've put the telescope here as this defines me in so many ways. During lockdown, I thought, amateur astronomy, brilliant. And I'm always in search for new experiences because we are the sum of all of our experiences. Two problems with astronomy. One, any ideas? Today's a classic example in the UK. It's always cloudy. Yeah. Two, it happens at night. I'm in bed by 9:30. I miss everything, right? If only I knew before investing in a telescope to help me investigate the universe as a whole. My favorite game ever, Manic Miner. I'd probably just started secondary school. I did computer science at school. My mum used to buy me a magazine every week, Personal Computer Weekly, and in it was literally hundreds of lines of code that you had to type into your computer to make a game, so you could play a game. And it's interesting, when 2-year-olds can use an iPad. That to a certain extent, even though our children are growing up digital natives, the distance between creating technology and using technology has become almost more distant. And junior game creators are game creating workshops that teach the soft and hard skills of coding. We're really a look back at that old time where you could actually spend invested time in creating something that you could call your very own. And then over time, you would spot patterns and you would spot bits of code that you could reuse. And that's exactly what children will do in the future if they decide to go on and study computer science. They'll ride on the shoulders of giants and use other people's code, bolt things on, and then incrementally make it better. That's what you do. If I had a special power, it would be time travel. My arch nemesis is Manchester City, the noisy neighbours, but I have a great respect for Pep and what he's done. Interesting fact about myself, I have 3 children, and any minute now, literally, so if you see me dash for the door, it's because I've had a notification on my phone, about to have twins, which makes me a dad of 5. How on earth did that happen? But it does mean I'm pretty skilled in tact and diplomacy. And coaching to a certain extent. I coached my daughter in football until I suddenly realized actually she was far better than I ever was. She does things with a football that I could only ever have dreamed of. What I want to get at today, we're going to play. We're going to play a game. We're going to make a game. We're going to learn a little bit and hopefully inspire you to go on and spread the message and help us to grow and inspire more children. Diversity is so important to me. Yeah, this isn't just about the privileged and the well-off. This is about helping everybody have the opportunity to be inspired about a future career. We want to create a hobby that may become a career. Tony, his favorite game, Forza. He was actually an ex, not current, an ex #1 in the game Forza. Not bad again. If he had a special power, it'd be time control. There's a trend here. We don't have enough time to reach as many people as we'd like to reach. His arch nemesis, I'm a Manchester United fan, I'm afraid his arch nemesis is Sir Alex. What does he want to achieve? Spreading the word about play-based learning. Our methodology for helping inspire children is through play. There's many different ways of learning things. We feel play is the strongest for building the muscle memory and the mind memory to turn something into something they enjoy and are passionate about. So this session, you're going to become game creators. We're going to take you through. Tony's going to build it, but I'm going to get feedback from yourself. And during this session, as well as listening to me prattle on, Tony's going to be doing the real work and actually making a game that you can play. I'm going to lead you on a journey of discovery. I could have titled not what on earth can children learn from video games, but it could be what I've learned watching children build video games. And also what I've seen of the environment that surrounds children as they try to create, problem solve, communicate, work in teams, and share strengths amongst each other. Because some people are great at music, some people are great at art, some people are great at the programming and the coding. Some people are great at just making sure everybody knows what they're doing. Some people call them bossy, the project managers of this world. And all these skills are seen in the workshops that we deliver. So I'm going to share some stories from the field. You're going to make and play a game. And we're going to discover how we can all make a difference. STEM, science, technology, engineering, maths, slowly but surely through the primary years, pre-GCSE, GCSE, A-level, university, there is a degradation in the number of people that finally get to university and finally get to the point where UK PLC can hire them to become employees and work in this country, in a global market, a highly competitive global market. I like ROI. return on imagination. When I look at employing people into my business, as I'm sure you look at employing people into your business, you want creativity. I believe there's three main things that differentiate any business from being an also-ran to incredibly successful. One, marketing. Two, innovation. And thirdly, automation. And there is a massive battle going on right now for all of our future employees. And it's a case of kind of learn to create automation or be automated. Learn to innovate. Learn to work in teams. And marketing is inherently creative. Those three things come together to ensure that UK PLC can maintain its competitive nature in a global marketplace. Anyone not played a video game? Yay, well, excellent. 3, excellent, okay. Played a game? Any game? Board game? Yeah. Played games? Football, sports, okay. Similar things. Anyone made their own game? 1, 2, 3, okay, great, good, yeah, excellent. What tools did you use?
I think it was Connect 3D.
Connect 3D. You've made a game? No. No? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, okay, okay. You made it?
Unreal Engine.
Unreal Engine, okay, good. Hardcore. As I was researching this presentation, and I'll come on to it in a second, Silicon Spa, just down the road. Over 2,500 video game developers. 10% of the video game industry based just down the road. We developed a video game canvas, the JGC game canvas. We saw an interesting thing. When we went to deliver our workshops inside of primary schools, the girls were brilliant planners. Do you know where the boys' plan was? It's in my head. It's in my head. Okay? Girls, brilliant. Pens, coloured pens out, creating a plan. This is what we're going to do. This is the characters. These are the stories. Yeah, the boy, it's in my head. Yeah, it's going to be an alien. There's going to be bombs, probably a zombie, and that's about it. Whereas the girls are amazingly creative. We've had Donald Trump running around a map of America, collecting votes whilst being chased by Mexico. I mean, that's just an amazing idea for a game. And we should never put a basket over that creative spirit and imagination, okay? So, I'm going to ask you for some feedback here. The world. Tony's going to make the game. Give me some ideas for the world. Where's it going to be based?
The moon.
The moon, like that one? In a forest being destroyed, okay, yeah. So Amazonian jungle, like that one too. Any others? Coventry. In the Piccolo tent. Which ones you want?
I'm going the moon.
He's going the moon. Okay, well done. That's my astrology bent, twisted his arm there. But great ideas. Who's our main protagonist, our hero?
Me.
You, what's your name?
Nick.
Nick, what could be? Give me an interesting fact about yourself.
I'm a drag queen.
Perfect, good. You got that one?
There we are.
Superb. I think you're in the right place. Any other protagonists? Boris Johnson we had?
Boris Johnson.
We got Boris Johnson as a protagonist. Any others? Lady Godiva. And Gareth Southgate. Who do you want?
I'm going Boris Johnson.
Boris Johnson. Okay, I can feel some enemies coming. Okay, I can feel some. So we're gonna build essentially a platformer. Okay, Tony's going to use a tool here. It's called Construct. There's free versions. You don't have to pay anything to get in here and make this. And in our workshops, we start with a tool called Scratch, then we go to Construct, and then we go to something called Core, which is relatively new. You may have come across it. Scratch is great for getting children started understanding core programming principles. But it actually gets really, here we go. It gets really, really hard, really, really quickly to create a game that they know is good because they're experts. They know what good gameplay feels like, what it looks like. So we actually find now that in the same way that I think when we were all growing up, we kind of had death by PowerPoint. Now children are having kind of death by Scratch. So we had to find something else to continue to inspire them. And they very quickly get to the point where they can make some saleable games, I mean, real games. And then all of a sudden, you start with a 2D game, and it's not long before they say, hang on a minute, I want 3D. And our job is not to know all the answers. Our job is to coach and assist and help them discover, investigate, and make really cool games. Because what they're actually learning is a way of thinking, a way of creating projects, and something they can be proud of. So I'm going to come back to this in a minute, and we'll add some more bits and pieces as Boris comes together. Who's that? Sorry? Mario. No. Jumpman. Who said that? Well done. Which game? Donkey Kong. What nationality? He became Super Mario, right? But it started off as Jumpman. What nationality is Super Mario? Italian. What does he do for a job? He's a plumber. Is his girlfriend? Princess Peach. Hang on a minute. This is a video game character, and we know an entire backstory. Yeah, and a global brand that generations can relate to. So sometimes I say, who's played a video game? And people go, yeah, I played a video game. Do you self-identify as a gamer? No, that's okay. We use video games as a hook to encourage children to get through what can become some pretty laborious learning if you're not vested in the project. Who's that? Notch, gamer tag. Real name Marcus Pearson. Still know what he did? He made Minecraft. He left King, where he was working on Candy Crush, just before Candy Crush went boom. Could have been the worst decision of his life, but it wasn't. Sold Minecraft to Microsoft for $2.5 billion. And inside of his Beverly Hills mansion, he has built a candy shop. Who are these two? Anyone? The Darling Brothers, the founders of Codemasters, based in Leamington Spa. Sorry? Recently sold their business to EA for $1.2 billion. That picture was taken at the same time I was typing in hundreds and hundreds of lines of code from PCW, Personal Computer Weekly. Difference probably was they were better than me and I wanted to work for the Forestry Commission. Something went wrong somewhere, okay? What makes a great game? Give me some ideas of it doesn't matter. It could be a board game. It could be a video game. It could be a sport. What makes a great game? Something to lose. An objective. Yeah. A feeling of, overcoming, winning, losing. Good, like that. Sorry? The environment. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So the graphics, the atmosphere, the aesthetics. Yeah. Good. Anything else? Sorry? I have to admit, I'm deaf. Progression, yeah, so feedback. You get something for investing time in developing your skills. Sounds like the kind of thing you'd want in your real life job, isn't it? You know, you're investing time, you're achieving stuff, you get feedback, you get better, you move on. Yeah. How's Boris doing? He's all right. He's on the moon. He's all right. Oh, he's gone. A mission, good. Art, a storytelling, the protagonist coming to a point in their lives where they're trying to achieve something and overcome something. Yeah, the graphics, the sound, the music, the animation, the gameplay, how it feels, some intangibles as well as tangibles. Video game development is innately creative. How are we doing? Okay. Coming together? We need some enemies. So we've got a hero. Or is Boris the enemy? I don't know. We've got a hero. Who are the enemies?
Greta Thunberg.
Sorry?
Greta Thunberg.
Greta Thunberg. Yeah, Cummings has to be in there. Get Cummings in. He's got to be in there. Any other enemies?
Corbyn. A chair.
Sue, sorry?
A chair. I think like a chair.
A chair is an enemy.
A zip wire.
A zip wire. Mauritius. So can you build some enemies in for me? Okay. How is he going to score points? We've got to have some kind of scoring. What can he collect? Votes? Donations. Let's have collecting donations, please. Okay, good. So we're getting there, okay? Somehow Boris Johnson's got to the moon. He's got to collect donations whilst dodging chairs. We're getting there, okay? It's good. I borrowed this quote from a company called KSI, a group of schools, international schools. When I come home and you ask, what did you do today? Don't frown when I say play. I may be a system engineer someday. One of the best gifts I've ever given to my children, cardboard box, some building blocks, and they play. Children love to imagine, to build, to destroy, to rebuild, and somehow, if you're not careful, you can beat that out of people. We don't want to do that. We want to encourage it. Everybody, not based on where they live or how much money they've got. We want every single child, as they grow up, to be able to learn through play and have fun and create a hobby in building things. Now, when I was beavering away on my ZX81 and my ZX Spectrum, and the Darling brothers were better at it than I was, the job I do now, facilitating virtual reality experiences, didn't exist. The tools that I used to do that didn't exist. It's no wonder, and it's very unlikely that that's going to change for our children. So constantly I'm called by parents and say, so when are you going to teach my child Python? When are you going to teach them Java and JavaScript? When are they going to do some real code? And I kind of say, I'm not. They've got years of fun to have before I make them write lines. I must work very hard. I must work very... Most of them can't type yet because they're kind of grown up using tablets. So I don't, when they can only type sort of 10 words an hour, I don't necessarily want to say, right, type all this code out. You've got to develop a way of thinking before you get there. You have to have built a passion. You have to have built a desire and a hobby. Before then they go through that learning curve, and then typing the code will become easy. So we delay it. Who knows whether anyone will type code? Maybe code and application will be developed through AI. We've got to learn to automate Otherwise, you need to prepare to be automated. And the beauty about creative skills and being creative with the projects you're working on is it's really hard to automate creativity. And I believe that's a big focus for future careers. I want staff, I hire staff because they are creative. They problem solve, they work together as a team. The soft skills are as important as the hard skills. And I've already mentioned marketing, innovation, automation, absolutely critical skills. And during our workshops, children develop those soft skills as well as the hard skills.
There you go. One way to get rid of
Greta's winning. Well done, Greta. Okay, so he's coming along nicely, building in the enemies as we go. So we've got a hero, we've got some enemies, we know what the goal is, we've got the gameplay. Can you, people are saying, well, what can you learn from a video? Can you go back to your Boris guy? So inside of this tool, you have objects. Boris is an object. That object has properties, X, Y, coordinates. They also have behaviors, things like gravity and whether it's solid or not. And all those principles follow right the way through to university level programming and coding. But you're learning them in a fun way without getting bogged down in, have I got the semicolon and the bracket in the right place? Can you make him jump a little higher? Can you adjust? So if we want to adjust how high and how Boris moves in here, we've got a maximum speed property that we can adjust. And if we can adjust that by typing the numbers here, we could also adjust it programmatically if a certain event happened. So all of a sudden we're teaching functional programming, object-orientated programming in a fun and interesting way without getting bogged down in the theory. Okay? Who's the target audience? I'm going to give you this one. The target audience for this game is you. Okay? So it can be a little bit edgy if we want it to be. All right? What's the story? How on earth did Boris get to the moon? Did we send him? Yeah, we sent him there. All right, we sent Boris to the moon. I'm not sure how Greta got there. She followed him. Yeah. How do we end this story?
He dies.
Oh, there we go. It's a story with a end. We don't know how it's going to end, but we know where it's heading. Okay. I thought he's our hero. We've got to try and help him survive. Or is the goal for him to end? Yeah. Okay. Your story. Normally in a story, there's something apocalyptic that needs to be overcome before they then go on and be the future hero. What's the thing we got to get over?
Climate change.
Say that. Climate change. Boom. There it is. Okay. You got that?
Yeah.
So I think now we're starting, and you're going to have different levels in it. So I can see that being built in. We've got score, we've got story. Assets, art, and sound. This was never my strongest point, but you'll be amazed when you give kids a microphone and say, can you create some music? Amazing. Okay. The graphics and the art. There's normally somebody in the group that will whip out the felt tip pens and you'll go, oh my word. And then you can start everybody working together and saying, you're the art department, you're the sound department, you're the pro, and you're the project manager. They all come together to share their skill set in pulling their games together. What we started off here initially was a minimum viable product, a term used in development globally. And we always say, don't get bogged down in the detail too early. Get the game to play with a square, a triangle, and some straight lines. And then slowly but surely, once the game works and flows and it feels right, then start adding your sprinkles. And how often do we kind of start heading off to the sprinkles without really thinking about what it is we're trying to design in the first place? Dispelling fear. I'm a great believer that fear stands for false expectations appearing real. Children are told all the way through, this is too hard, you don't want to do this, you want to get good grades at A-levels, so don't do maths and physics, it's too hard. We want our children to be confident in failing early. Iterate, test, repeat. There's no right or wrong. This is a creative process that we go through. Iterate. Change this, try that. Did it work? Get feedback. From that feedback, go back to the beginning, reiterate. A life skill. How are we looking?
Yep. Good.
Let's have a little look, see how he's playing. So in about 30 minutes. Oh, that's a moving platform. Look out. Boom, reach the world. Okay, next level. So you reach it, you go on to the next level, like that. I still want him to collect something. Pressure's on. You've got... Pygmalion effect. Teacher thinks a student's brilliant, inspirational, a lovely boy or a lovely girl. There's a tendency to focus on that individual. Student learns more, student gets better, and that positive cycle continues. But the reverse can happen. So I've walked into schools to do one of our workshops, and the first thing that happens is I'm led by the arm. So a teacher walks past the door, peeks in and goes, oh, crikey. Can I just borrow you for a second? Drags me out. So-and-so at the back, you've got to watch them. In fact, your entire class, I mean, it's going to be tough. I'm sorry, going, oh, blimey. Yeah. Now, I'm only seeing them an hour a week. A teacher might see them for the entire week, 30 hours a week. So I understand it can be different. During my coaching with the FA, fingers crossed that the coaching they did with me 10 years ago, and it was just grassroots coaching, but comes to fruition tomorrow, was it's their game, not ours. If a child gets bored whilst they're learning, it's not their fault. It's their game. So then what happens about 20 minutes into the session is the teacher wanders past and goes, puts their head in, looks around, and then goes off and gets the head, and the head comes back in and goes, because these children that probably have a natural affinity to video games and coding and program, quite often are somewhere on the spectrum and quite often are some of the hardest kids to teach. But all of a sudden, they're vested in the project they're working on. It's their game. And all we're there to do is just facilitate and coach and say, there's no one way of doing it. Do it your way. Let's see if it works. And if it fails, it's okay. And for the first time ever, they go, you mean there's no right or wrong? I can't get it wrong. No, you can't get it wrong. All you can do is try. And it's an epiphany. An epiphany that motivates them to keep going. I had to get football in there somewhere. Some of you might remember this goal. This is David Beckham against Greece. And if you look on YouTube and find an FA video about David Beckham, free kick Greece, you will see that the week before that game, he practiced this free kick 30 or 40 times and missed many of them. But at that moment, that practice made permanent and we qualified. Many of the workshops for children to learn code are one-off events. You have to have a series of repetition and practice to get the muscle memory and to build the soft skills and the hard skills so that they can go on and create a hobby. And when they create a hobby, they go onto YouTube and self-learn. They go onto the internet and find stuff. They explore, they investigate, they want to make their games better and better. They go and show friends and family, they get feedback, and they get into this cycle of confidence, motivation, and desire, where they suddenly go, actually, I can do this, and I enjoy it. Without that ongoing practice, it just becomes a learning event. It was great, it was good, but what? Where does it go? Where does it lead? We've got a little controller now. So can you just, you've got a little games controller that's controlling Boris. Oh, we're collecting the brown envelopes. Way! There he goes. The Level Up agenda. We're about diversity, accessibility, and affordability. Every single child, primary school onwards, should have the ability to learn through play and to build the hard and soft skills so that it can be creators of technology, not just users of it. We capture the minds of tweens, pre-teens. You've got to start early. You can teach some quite difficult concepts very early on and get them making some pretty cool stuff. We promote science, technology, engineering, and maths, and the creative arts. The creativity drives innovation. There's nothing more creative in a child's mind than the games that they can make, the games that they can play. It becomes a springboard because they're interested, and it continues to develop new skills, new interests, new experiences. And then ultimately, it becomes sustainable because it's a hobby. It's something they do for fun. It's not something they do because they're told to do it. We start at primary school with junior game creators, in school, online. I talked about the pandemic and how we had to pivot. We took everything online. We helped with the homeschooling. We've now developed something we can deliver globally over a series of weeks, and teachers can take it and put it into their curriculums, and we can help them develop it. Nobody at primary school, no teacher at primary school, it was hard enough. My mother was a school teacher. She was a child whisperer. She'd openly admit that she just had a way. And she would always talk about that it's hard enough getting children through as nice, balanced individuals that can read and write, let alone having to teach them code. But the national curriculum changed, and changed in a positive way, that it has been included. But I think it's a bit of a stretch for every single primary school teacher to suddenly be expected to teach code as well. And there's two companies. There's Junior Game Creators, which obviously I founded and biased towards, but also a company called Yuki, the video game industry body, that developed a concept called the Digital Schoolhouse. Coventry College is a digital schoolhouse, and they have free sessions for primary schools to go to, and the teachers. So the teachers learn fun lesson plans to take back to the school, and the kids have a great day. But that's still a one-off event. What we then do is come in and say, right, why don't you have an after-school club or a lunchtime club where we can appear, as if by magic over video with a lesson plan and maintain that ongoing learning. So we've got the digital school class here, teaching teachers as well as teaching the children. Secondary schools, we have something called the Game Creator Academy. It's self-paced online learning using some of the tools that Tony's developing here, and then eventually gets into 3D. That can be delivered with coaching support from ourselves, or it can be delivered online, self-paced. That takes students from, year 6, year 7, right the way through to starting university. all of a sudden they are inherently able to understand what a functional specification is, what a minimum viable product is, how to iterate and create technology. We've already started with a school in Coventry as a trial, Broadheath School, where we are going to, through July, go through a series of weeks, get feedback and prove the concept before then signing up more schools, September through to December, review it again, and then see how we can grow that on an ongoing basis. Because now, after COVID, we've been able to deliver it online, which makes our ability to reach a more diverse audience much easier. During that down period in my other business, the only thing I could really do was create the bursary and dedicate my time. So schools in underprivileged areas, children that qualify for free school meals, through bursaries, are able to experience a level of digital workshop that many other providers provide at eye-watering value that really only the privileged and the wealthy can take part in. And we want to bring that to everybody. juniorgamecreators.co.uk is our website. There's a link on there for bursaries. If you know any industries, companies, or regions with corporate social responsibility budget, we'd love to talk to them about how we can use that budget to reach a very, very diverse range of children that should have the opportunity to learn this way. Have you finished, Tony? Oh, there it is. Yeah. So, are you ready? Go on, show us. This is your game. Does anyone want to play it? We'll only have one. Yeah, up you come. Here we go.
We're relying on you.
This is all on you. You ready? Oh, nice. Oh, Greta got him. So we had the Jeopardy. Is he going to learn from his experience? Yes. No, nice double jump. Oh, tricky one. Can he? Yay! Round of applause. So thank you for listening. Hopefully you enjoyed watching Tony do the real work while I just gallivanted in the front. I'd like to open it up to any questions, any comments, any experiences of yourself. So, I'm here to learn too. Any questions? Yeah.
I've got a quick question. The English curriculum across all subjects, including computing, has over the last kind of 10 years been refocused.
Could you do me a favour? Could you come and use the microphone?
I can shout louder.
Oh, you could shout louder too. Yes.
Sorry. The English curriculum has been refocused over the last decade to be much more knowledge focused on the premise that you both stand on the shoulders of giants in order to create ideas better, and that you can't be creative until you understand a subject really well. And so my question is, how do you get kids from having fun at a superficial level, doing drawing boards, building, understanding how you use software, to then thinking about how they would actually code and do the building blocks themselves?
Yeah. So we see them go through a journey. When they start, they are very much programmed by us. Here is a series of tasks and a series of activities that you need to do. But it's amazing how quickly they do start, as I said when I used to type my code, spotting patterns and opening up other people's projects to see how they tackled a certain project. And they very, very quickly start using other people's ideas in their own projects. And then it is repetition. It's practice, it's practice, it's practice, it's practice. And an hour a week get to the point after 10 weeks where my job is to sit and try their projects. They're creating their own projects. They're just doing it. I'm there almost as just a facilitator and a coach. So they quickly get to that in the same way that you probably start with spelling, words, sentences, paragraphs, stories. They start to put that together in exactly the same way. But I do say, I'm not going to touch text-based coding until they're really in a situation at secondary school where there's actually a teacher there and they've got the soft skills of typing to actually not make it a chore. So I think practice and allowing them to experiment and allowing them to fail quickly creates their ability to create their own projects off their own back from a blank canvas. We developed the game canvas because without that, it's really hard for us to help them because we don't know what's in their head. Whereas if they start with the game canvas, for those that are ready, I can actually say, I can see where they're going and I can guide them. So making them plan before they just start. And I think that's pretty similar to creative writing as it is for creative programming. Sorry, I am deaf.
In data science, sometimes you've got a question and you go into a community and you can say, look, I've got this problem, I'm trying to solve it. And there's like a community created. Have you created a community through the schools or the network that you've established so that when kids are coding or whatever stage they're at, they can go to the community forum and say, I'm trying to do this?
Yeah. So we start with Scratch, we go into Construct, and we go on to Core. Each of those is built on a community. Each of those has projects that you can remix. Yeah, so you can go and find someone else's project, you can rename it as your own, and then you can customize it. We haven't built that community directly ourselves. We're riding on the shoulders of 3 amazing companies that have built those communities specific to their product. Yeah, but it could be something, we haven't done it yet. Got a couple of minutes, yeah.
It's about accessibility because you're targeting children within a school meal who are very determined by the benefit system. What about, that's a fraction of children that, that not fall into that category that also can, I think that's huge, that fall under the category that into the benefit system. How are you going to solve that?
Yeah, so we can't do that on our own. Which is why in my business, this is something I'm passionate. That's why I created a bursary. So I am creating hours that, in this case, Coventry Council can then find me a school that will use up those hours. So I need sponsors. I need other companies that see this as valuable to contribute. It costs £10 per week to get a student through our 8-week program. So essentially, you are looking at £80 per student to get them through it. I continue to donate what I can to this cause, but that's kind of where we're here. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for an individual that I think is on the other side of this live stream, Andrew Rice from an investment group called Ajuvo. We couldn't have afforded to be here today to present today if it wasn't for the generosity of a group that understands and believes in our mission. Yeah, so that's why I'm here, to ask for help. People might want to, the video games companies in the region, the Silicon, this sort of area here.
Would that mean that if I have our own school, a club, young club, and that if I have a grant, can I sort of like you can deliver for us?
Yes, if there is money available. Yeah, so I would go onto the juniorgamecreators.co.uk bursaries. Just drop your details in there, and then we can have a conversation about that. Yeah, I think we are at time up. I'm a fairly big target. It's because of COVID. So if you want to just come and have a chat, do so. Thank you so much for listening. Have a great day.
Everyone, welcome to this next session. We are just starting now. This is the Getting to Net Zero session. This is a very exciting session. I'm actually very happy. My name is Jimena Vanegas. I am from Changing Markets Foundation, and I'll be chairing this session today with all these amazing speakers that are here to speak about such an amazing and important, I think, especially ahead of the 2021 United Nations Climate Change Conference scheduled to be held in the city of Glasgow. This topic and this speaking about how we get to net zero comes at a very crucial time for all of us to share this session. So I'm gonna start introducing who we have for our speakers today. So maybe how we're gonna do it is that I will introduce the first one, and then you can give your presentations, and then I'll introduce the following one. So the first speaker today is Sam Alvis, here on my left. He is the head of the Green Renewal at Green Alliance, leading their work on a sustainable economy, and he's also a member of the Chatham House panel of young advisors advising on youth strategy and climate change. Before joining the Green Alliance, Sam was a senior advisor to Tony Blair, as well as lead on Brexit and industrial strategy. So we welcome here Sam to speak a little bit and give your presentation.
Great. Thanks so much, Jimena. So I think when we talk about net zero, the key question we have to ask is, why are we waiting? And that's especially important now as we're coming through an economic and health crisis, that we need to work out actually how do we get out of that and how do we get closer to net zero. And I think the fundamental problem is we think of innovation wrong. We think of it something that's very expensive, that takes a long time, that is done elsewhere, that is on linear timescales. But actually in the UK, innovation is disruptive. It can happen in very short bursts very quickly. And it happens best when we try and do things. So 3 things that I think we should be looking to do and just get money, get boots on the ground when it comes to net zero. We should be rolling out proven technologies, whether that's heat pumps, whether that's electric vehicles, and we should be doing that through things like government procurement, subsidies to individuals, creating demand. There's no reason that we can't start amping this sort of stuff up. There's a bucket of stuff which is trial technologies. Let's see what works. So we know we need to green steel, for example, and start looking at how we can produce that in an environmentally friendly way. Let's put 5, 6, 7 million to a trial project for hydrogen and steel, somewhere in existing steelworks, somewhere that proves the UK can be ahead and that this is going to work. And then there's another bucket of stuff around regulatory experimentation. So the UK's been really good at financial technology in the city. The regulators have allowed them space to innovate, to try things, and actually it's made us a world leader in that. Let's do the same with green innovation. Can we adjust some rules on, say, capital requirements or financial regulation that allows us to flow money into sustainable finance much, much quicker? Let's see where the pockets of innovation, the way we can experiment can be. And when we think about innovation, let's not just stick at business, let's not just stick at technology, but let's also think about democratic innovation. So we've had some citizens' juries which have been fantastic in advancing climate action. Let's now take those a little bit further and start talking about tax, behavioural changes in depth with the populations that we know are going to need to take action, and particularly the ones that we're concerned about who might lose out from climate change. And then let's move on to governance innovation. So at the moment, we haven't integrated net zero into the way that government makes decisions, the way that it budgets, the way that it makes policy. So we've got a comprehensive spending review coming up in November. There's no reason that we can't put carbon budgets on the same pegging as financial budgets. So we're saying to departments, this is a great proposal, it costs X million, but we're not going to allow it because it doesn't fit with our emissions trajectory. Let's make sure that we're putting net zero in governance innovation as well. And then finally, I think a lot rests on the environmental sector, because actually we've got this wrong over the last few years. We've not talked enough about innovation. We've not talked enough about trial and test and innovation. What we need to be talking about is actually packages of policies, not just upfront cost, but the regulation, the procurement, the value for money that we're going to get by incentivizing businesses, people, organizations to change alongside. We need to be much better at packaging things and not just talking about upfront capital cost. And that's not only the way we're going to get to net zero, but it's the way we're going to recover in a green way, and it's the way we're going to move forward to a properly dynamic, low carbon economy.
Great, thank you. Hello? Okay, yeah. Thank you so much, Sam. And now we're going to go with Tom Bradley, who is the External Affairs Manager of Cadent Gas. Yes, excellent. Tom Bradley provides public affairs and policy advice for one of the UK's largest energy companies, and he's also a former Conservative parliamentary candidate. So thank you so much for being with us today, and please.
No, thanks. It's great to be here and great to have you guys come and join the conversation with us today. I think when we were discussing this yesterday, when we look at net zero, often it's presented as a negative thing. It's a tax on people. It's how are you going to change your lifestyle? How is this going to impact on you? And I think really we need to take that and sort of flip it on its head and actually look at what are the opportunities that we've got from net zero. And it was really interesting talking about innovation there and some of the different technologies that are coming forward. And I think really there are some great opportunities for the UK. There are great opportunities globally that come from net zero. And it's about creating that environment that is beneficial to those new industries and to making the most from them. And actually, we've already made great strides when it comes to getting to net zero. If we look at the electricity sector, if we look at the transport sector, already doing great things. And you see sort of on a monthly basis now the grid running on entirely renewable energy when we've got nice weather, of course. And seeing electric car uptake increasing, electric vehicles being rolled out in our city centres. And even on the transport side of things, some of those harder to tackle sectors such as HGVs or aviation or shipping, we're starting to see those technologies coming forward that are providing answers to some of those questions that still remain. But the one sort of big question that we still have in terms of getting to net zero is around the decarbonisation of heat. Heat actually accounts for 1/3 of all emissions in the UK. And it's probably the trickiest of all of the sectors to tackle because actually it probably has the most impact on all of you here. You know, if we go back home, get back from work in the middle of the winter, what do? You ramp the heating up. You think, oh, it'd be nice and tasty warm in 10 minutes or whatever. We expect that heat. We need that heat in this country. But we also need to cater for not just the average sort of temperatures, but worst case scenarios. So when we have the beast from the east, for example, actually, whatever heat solutions we need to cope with those worst case scenarios. So a lot of the work that we're doing at Cadent is looking at actually how do we take the existing infrastructure that we run and maintain and how do we help, how does that play its part in reaching net zero? So we're doing a lot of trials at the minute on hydrogen, hydrogen in the home. We've got our high deploy trial up at the University of Kiel that's had a mixed 20% blend of hydrogen going into people's homes, requires no changes whatsoever to your existing infrastructure. We're trialing, okay, how do we charge for that? If you're getting different levels, different gases, what do we do? We've got anaerobic digestion plants coming onto the network, again, looking to decarbonize that gas that goes into your home and ultimately working on sort of large scale projects that bring together that heat, that energy and that transport piece and say, what can we do for that particular area? Because one solution won't work for everyone here. So it might be in a city centre. You have, okay, well, we've got transport demand. What are they looking at? Electricity. They're looking at hydrogen for buses or bin lorries or whatever. We've got that demand. How do we create that cluster there? And how do we make the most of it? And I think the final point that's all too often sort of forgotten in the net zero debate is we often view it as sort of a top down and what solution is government going to present to us? What's going to be forced on us? What are we going to have to do? What are we going to have to pay for ultimately? And actually, people aren't asking the questions about, well, what do consumers want? And it's not just about what the end goal is, but it's how do they use their energy? What do they want their energy systems to look like? And ultimately, if we're going to make a success of net zero, it's up to all of you guys to help us get there. So the solutions that we present and the solutions that we put forward have to work for everyone. And it's not going to be the same solution for everyone. You're all going to want different solutions ultimately. So I think picking up on your innovation point, Sam, it's about government needs to create that scenario where actually it's not picking winners, it's not ruling one out. It's saying, here are all of the different options and actually giving you all the choice of how do we get there.
Thank you so much for that. Everyone that has just joined, this is the Getting to Net Zero session. So now we're going to move on to our next speaker today, Mr. David Elms. He's a professor of practice at Warwick Business School at the University of Warwick. And David joined in 2018 as the academic director for the Warwick Global Energy MBA. And he is now leading the Warwick Business School Global Energy Research Network and works on a number of externally funded research programs. So please, you have.
Thanks very much for the introduction. Hi, everybody. I want to focus on trying to get to net zero now, because it is one of the things where there's a temptation to still think that we've got time. We don't have a lot of time. So, you know, we at the University of Warwick, which is just at the south side of Coventry, you know, we started talking about managing our carbon back in about 2011, where we signed up to a carbon management plan. We made a climate emergency declaration in 2019. And getting to net zero is quite hard work, but there's some of the themes that have come out of this, which I'd like to share a little bit up front, and then happy to talk about more details. What we as a university did is you said, well, you know, we've got to build better buildings. You know, the best energy is the energy you don't use. And so there's quite a stuff in there about how do you build, how do you refurbish buildings so that they use less energy. We've actually cut the emissions of our buildings, you know, per square meter by 50% over that time. You know, we've invested about £11.5 million, and it saves us £3 million a year. That keeps the finance director happy. So I'm talking about commercial projects, not sort of R&D subsidy funded sort of stuff. This is commercial stuff. And a lot of it relates to heat, which is what Tom's talking about. And that's my focus, in that, you know, heat is, if you like, the big challenge. And that's what we've really focused on, is reducing our heat demand. And then, you know, picking up what Sam was talking about, we are a sort of campus university where we sort of pretty much own everything and so on. So we're able to do some of the things that are much more difficult in the rest of the country, where you have lots of different suppliers and companies and owners and network companies and distribution companies and all that stuff. And that's why we're trying to sort of share what we've done, because we can say, well, actually, it's worth doing that because it has saved quite a lot of emissions, it's saved quite a lot of money and so on. But, you know, we've just sort of had to rethink a lot of what we're doing, because the net zero target leaves nowhere to hide. To some degree, the previous target, it was 80%, and everybody says, yeah, but, you know, we can have some of the 20%, can't we? The net zero one has been a really good discipline for us, of saying we've got to do a lot more, a lot harder, and a lot faster. And in some ways, it's Sam's comment about getting on with what is there now, as well as looking for a few things in the future, but getting on with it. So happy to share more details of that.
David. And now for a little presentation today, Julian Dean has prepared something for all of us. He is the mayor of Shrewsbury, and he is also the Green Party's climate change officer. So thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so I do have a presentation. Basically what happened was on Monday I agreed to come here, except for that on Monday I still thought this was on Zoom. So I was busy writing, you know, presentations to present on screens, and then I thought, well, I might as well use it. So I'd like to start global. The fact is we are absolutely not on track. These are the dates of the big international agreements, supposedly, which have been taking the world, you know, away from climate change. You can see that whatever happened on those dates, it hasn't had the effect it required that we need. The amount of carbon in the atmosphere continues to go up at a pretty steady rate. So we are not on track. In terms of the UK, it is true that on the Climate Change Committee's measurements, we're getting to around about 50% of the 1990 figure. But that excludes shipping, it excludes airline travel, and most crucially, it excludes all imports. So actually, it's an extremely misleading figure, and we have to have a mechanism which actually tackles all of that. So, and it's just worth pointing out actually there that in some ways that what we've done, and this is true for the whole of Europe, is we've basically exported our carbon emissions. So, you know, actually, if we were still producing steel in the UK, it may well have been cleaner than the steel that we now buy in from China. So in some of that has actually made the situation worse. So what do? We need a mechanism which is going to drive change through our economy and through the international economy. And you know, my suspicion is, I'm afraid that COP26 won't produce that mechanism, but people know what that mechanism is, and it's a carbon tax. So we absolutely need to make the polluters pay, to put it crudely, to internalize the costs which we know are there of pollution, of carbon, of emissions onto the producers. Now, that will obviously, in the end, that will come through to prices to the rest of us. But that's absolutely what we need to do. Because once you do that, then the market starts to shift. Then people start to look for opportunities to do things in a lower carbon way. And if you also do that as border control, as a border tax, then you are also then going to drive other countries in the same direction. So it's actually, whilst it would be wonderful to do this as an international agreement, and that's what we need to be moving towards, it's also worth doing unilaterally, because it will actually begin to change the behavior internationally. If you were, perhaps not China, because it's too big to think about in these terms, but if you were an exporter of aluminium to the UK, and there was a carbon tax on that aluminium, you might start thinking, okay, we need to decarbonize our aluminium. And actually, one way of doing that might be, let's do the tax ourselves. Instead of the UK collecting it, we'll collect it, then we can use the money to decarbonize our own economy. So the thing should spread. That's one of the ways of thinking about the carbon tax. The other thing is, then there's a dividend. If you've got a big tax, you can start to use that money to actually address the just transition that we need to get to. A couple of other points. So these changes that we've all talked about are actually good for our lives. It's absolutely crucial part of the story, and this is why people talk about a Green New Deal. So if we decarbonize agriculture, it will make it, well, first of all, it will make it incredibly more efficient. Agriculture is extraordinarily inefficient when you take into account all its subsidies, red diesel, all of those sorts of things. If you decarbonize it, it becomes more efficient and it becomes healthier for us. If you decarbonize transport, it becomes more equitable, because public transport is more equitable than transport which is based on who has access to the car keys. If you decarbonize our homes, they become cheaper to run and more comfortable. So it's good for us. So that's absolutely crucial. But the transition is not comfortable. And we need to find a way of having a just transition, which is why we in the Green Party bang on about universal basic income. And that, you know, that is a way of ensuring that nobody is struggling through this transition. The final thing is just in terms of the global, back to the global story. You know, there's a bit of thought now, should we start vaccinating children in the UK? Meanwhile, most of the world's population and the older population who are dying of COVID are not having access to vaccines. That's a very pointless thing to do. Similarly, we absolutely have to be part of the story of making sure that the rest of the world can decarbonize, because carbon doesn't care what country it comes from. And we have to help them to do it fairly, and also because, you know, historically, we're the biggest polluters. Along, you know, the West put most of the carbon in the air. So we have to enable those countries to deal with it. And the last point is that part of that enabling, I'm afraid, and this applies to us as well as to the rest of the world, is actually adaptation. We absolutely have to take adaptation as seriously as getting to net zero, because a lot of this is coming anyway. I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much, Julian. And maybe
you missed all the other slides, never mind.
But maybe I'll just start the conversation from your point about the polluters pay, and then asking and putting this question to all of you about how can we, for example, as citizens, be sure that the industries are reporting the data accordingly, and that both consumers and investors are not being misled, for example, by a lack of, some people would say that there's a lack of rigorous accounting and auditing principles, for example, when it comes to the true carbon footprints of materials or products. So how can we be sure of that situation?
Okay, very quickly. I mean, I think the first thing to say about that is that if you're applying a carbon tax, you don't have to know the exact detail. It just has to be roughly right, and because it's about driving changing behaviour. And we do know enough about carbon emissions embedded in steel, and we do know enough about the carbon emissions of actually extracting and burning oil and gas to be able to do those rough and ready calculations, which will then drive the change.
Yeah, so I mean, think the city is the one place that we can have a massively outsized impact on global emissions, actually, because there's a report, I think, from Greenpeace the other day that if the city was a country, it's going to have the 7th highest emissions in the world. But the UK, I think government recognises that. They recognise it's a strategic advantage, and they're doing a lot. So we've got the task force to rule out greenwashing, which is to standardise some of the definitions around sustainable and ESG, which is a great step forward. We've got work coming on a UK taxonomy of what is a green investment. It's really encouraging as well. But actually, and that we've also just made disclosure of climate-related risk mandatory. So all these things are very positive steps. The one problem is it's all a little bit passive. So actually what we need now, the next step of regulation is to compel businesses to, how are you getting to net zero? Like, what are you actually doing? Rather than disclosing what your current risk level is and hoping the market will do it, we need to be telling businesses, actually, you need to be publishing a plan, because this is most important, not just for your investors in your future profitability, but also most important for society.
But how, and maybe I'll point, or whoever wants, but how do we make sure that once this, speaking, for example, about greenwashing, like how do we make sure that they're not just co-opting, you know, this sustainability language or this messaging, and actually applying this new changes or this policies? Because at the moment, for example, there is a lot of greenwashing within like so many industries. And so how do we get to the next step where this is also crucially important and not just some like new trend that comes into the space?
Yeah, I mean, so I think by looking at green on its own, we can be a little bit distracted about what greenwashing actually is. So it's a case of advertising, right? And actually in the UK, our advertising standards authority is very good. You can't sell something that is really, really bad for you and claim it's healthy food. And in the same, but we haven't gone through that process for greenwashing. And that's what this task force is going to do. It's going to set advice for the regulator to say, actually, businesses, you can't say this is healthy. You can't say this is green. You can't say this is sustainable because it's doing X, Y, Z. So with that regulation, businesses have no choice but to be transparent.
I mean, I think you're right. A few years ago, like the Wild West, it was everybody claiming whatever they wanted to, and there was greenwash all over the place. I think it is good news that there are now various standards coming in. The Bank of England's getting involved, the accounting firms are getting involved, and fine, faster, please. And I'm sure we'd all agree that. But you can sort of start feeling, okay, we're sort of getting there in terms of better standards, better reporting. And then the other thing is, you know, border taxes as well. So this idea that if another country produce these things and they're not paying a carbon tax, then if you go and import that good, then you're just importing carbon that's been emitted somewhere else in the world. And, you know, there is some stuff around, well, okay, are we going to have taxes that you apply and so on? I think, again, that's encouraging in that what it's doing is encouraging countries to expand the number of countries that do have various forms of carbon taxes and carbon trading schemes and so on. And obviously the big one that came in this year was the whole of the Chinese power sector has gone into a trading scheme. That's huge. Now, it's not the Chinese steel industry, and so on, but that's just put a whopping great chunk of the Chinese economy into a carbon price. So stuff is happening about standards, stuff is happening about carbon prices. More please, faster please, but keep pushing, I think would be my suggestion.
I think I'd agree with all the other speakers, but I think, you know, we are seeing a massive shift already, and ultimately it's a consumer-led demand. You're seeing businesses respond to that consumer-led demand, and if your business isn't green, if it's not setting out what it's going to do to play its part in reaching net zero, then ultimately those stakeholders, your customers, are going to go elsewhere, because we have seen a fundamental shift.
I mean, I think the difficulty is that actually greenwashing starts at the top. You know, this idea that the UK is getting to 50% reductions is simply not true, because we're not taking into account shipping, aviation, and imports. That's the real problem. But I think it's about what mechanisms you use. You know, so the carbon trading, it's a step forward. But what we've seen in Europe, in Germany, for example, is that because the trading hasn't been expensive enough and people can argue about it and they can do deals and and get exceptions, actually coal is still really significant in Germany. It's crazy. So, and that is a result, in part, of the mechanism that has been chosen, which is why, you know, so many NGOs now are saying, actually, let's get to a carbon tax, because that will actually, so you need the right mechanisms to attack the problem.
Now, maybe getting a little bit more technical, for example, we have a few of the questions. What changes need to be made to infrastructure, and how can we do this a bit more rapidly?
Do you want me to start?
Please, yes, go ahead.
Obviously, I mean, Cadent's the UK's largest gas distribution network, so all the kind of pipes, particularly here in the West Midlands, that transport gas from the producers to your houses and businesses are owned, maintained, invested in by us. And you know what we've been doing over the last 10, 15 years is replacing a lot of those old iron mains that are coming to the end of their life, in some cases wooden pipes dating back to the Napoleonic era, believe it or not. But anyway, I won't go into that. But they're all being replaced by modern plastic piping. And actually the advantage of that scheme is that modern plastic piping is capable of transporting other gases than just natural gas. So we're making our network fit for the future, and it could be biogas, it could be hydrogen that we're transporting. All of that infrastructure that we're putting in place now is ready for that future scenario. The one piece that's missing, and the one ask that we have of government, is actually when your boiler breaks down, it's an emergency decision. You don't sort of spend days and days and weeks researching what you're going to get for your new heating system for your home. It's a case of, oh no, I've got no hot water, I've got no heating, I need this solved now, and I need it solved relatively cheaply because I don't have £10,000 sat in the bank waiting for this next investment. So what we're asking government to do is actually to mandate the introduction of hydrogen-ready boilers. So that's a boiler that can run on existing natural gas, or a boiler that can run on a blend of hydrogen, or up to 100% hydrogen. Now, we're working closely with the boiler manufacturers, with Worcester Bosch, with Baxi, UK manufacturers, who have developed those boilers. And actually, at the minute, the price differential is probably about £100 for a hydrogen-ready boiler over the cost of a traditional boiler. And the scenario we see is, if you say by 2025, you say every new boiler has to be hydrogen-ready, actually, that allows you the time to get up to 2050 in terms of the boiler transition. But we kind of compare that to, if you think about HD TVs. So if we think back to before we had high definition television, government mandated from this date, all new TVs are going to be HD ready. None of us knew what it was. But when someone flicked a switch, suddenly we were watching HD TV, and you didn't have that sudden change and sudden investment that needed to be made.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the infrastructure question, there's big infrastructure, national infrastructure like pipeline networks and so on. But then it is also the buildings at the local level and so on. So what we're focused on is this idea of smart local energy systems. So how can you sort of understand how you can make, store, and storage is becoming really important, and use both electricity, heating, cooling, transport. If you put electric vehicles, you know, how do you all do it locally so that you can do it better? And that, you know, using our campus as an example, that's what's one of the things that's helped us cut our emissions in half and all that sort of stuff. Now we're starting to have to do the smart stuff, which is where you start saying, well, okay, you know, if we need something, if we need energy over here, then we can sort of dim down what's being used over there. And that's what's necessary to get to net zero, is to not just replace the infrastructure as and when we can afford to do so and so on, but it's to use that in much smarter ways where you're integrating across the different sorts of energy that we use. And, you know, you need to do both to get to net zero. You can't just, it's extremely expensive to just do it on changing infrastructure alone.
Three really quick points. Just not specific infrastructure, but how we make infrastructure decisions, because we need to do everything, right, across all the sectors. So first is that government needs to have a bit of a wider definition of infrastructure than it does at the moment. It's not just like big shiny plants that Boris Johnson can stand outside with a hard hat on. It's Exactly. It's like home energy efficiency is the most important thing we can be doing. It employs the most people, but it looks really boring. It's like stuff just put in your walls. And we should also be including like our natural environment in that. Flood defences, restoring peatland, restoring forestland. Like, all this stuff is going to help us get to net zero, but it's a different definition of infrastructure. Second, make sure that money just flows through local partnerships. Infrastructure is going to look different wherever it is, what the priority is, how it's delivered, solutions depending on what your housing stock is made out of. Let's make sure that money is going through organisations like the UKU Infrastructure Bank alongside local authorities, so it can be tailored. And finally, all infrastructure decisions in the UK should be going through a net zero and a biodiversity screen before they go out. So, like I said with our governance innovation when I opened, infrastructure deliverers should be going, okay, what is the projected emissions from this piece of infrastructure I'm going to be delivering? Does it meet the carbon budget? That should be the same level of decision making as a financial return from a new infrastructure investment.
Yeah,
Julian, please.
So if the question was, what infrastructure needs to be in place, and we could go on about that for ages, but let's take two. So the first is full fibre broadband, actually, because if we're going to reduce the need to travel, and if we're going to do all the smart things we need to do in terms of controlling the way we use energy, then that is an absolutely crucial piece of infrastructure that we need. And then the second point I want to make is that we have to decide the right infrastructure. I liked your HD thing. Let's not go down the Betamax route, and I would argue that hydrogen might be that route. The possibilities of producing green hydrogen, we're nowhere near, whereas we do know about the technology in terms of heat pumps. And the last one is just an interesting one about EV cars. Again, we're heading down the Betamax route. I was reading just this morning, if only they all shared the same battery, then you wouldn't even need all this charging infrastructure. You could drive in, swap your battery, go off with another one, and then that battery could be charged at the right time of day when the energy is actually available from renewables. But we're heading down the route of each car having their own design, and each, as you would expect the car companies would want. So we need to take control of what infrastructure is actually appropriate to get to net zero.
Thank you, Julian. So now I think it's time for us to move a little bit into the audience questions. So if you guys have any questions, please, I would like to invite you to come to the mic or to get close to the mic. Or are we moving the mic to them? If you could come to the mic, so the microphone is over there, that would be great. Thank you for that.
So I'm reading a piece of news about this topic on Financial Times. It's about before the end of 2025, half of the bicycles sold in Europe would be electric. And so what do you guys as experts think of this plan? And do you think, do we have the same plan about bicycles or other transport in West Midland?
Thank you very much for raising that, because a lot of people talk about EVs and cars and vehicles. What's really interesting, if you look at the global level, is the electrification of two-wheel transport. So in a lot of cities around the world, you'll find that all the scooters and mopeds have got to be electric, and it's had a really big impact on air quality in those cities. Now, the use of electric bikes, people like me are going, oh, I can go up a hill a bit easier. And so, is that going to enable a sort of modal shift from out of cars and onto electric bikes? I don't know, we'll see. But two-wheel transportation, particularly the scooters side of it as much as the e-bike side of it, that's really important. And it often gets overlooked in the glamorous sort of EV argument.
Yeah, you're right, it's a very Western argument. They've just opened the largest gigafactory in Africa, in Kenya, which is fantastic, like tuk-tuks, electric delivery vehicles. And sort of a point related to what we were discussing before and that connects that is, when we're pitching to people like how to move to net zero, we should be doing it in a way that is as familiar as possible to them and changes their life as little as possible. So an electric bike with some cycle lanes, easy peasy, get on one, cycle to work.
Very quick point on EV bikes. So my understanding is that actually what happens when people get an EV bike is that they use it for longer journeys. So it's not just about the hills, but so that then does enable a bit of modal shift, but it is part of the story. you know, and I come from Shropshire, where actually the big story has got to be about buses. That's the only way we're going to shift people away from cars. We've got to have really good quality buses. CPRE have just launched a fantastic campaign called Every Hour, Every Village. You know, that's where we need to be getting to.
We have one more question from the audience.
Yes, this is to Julian. And I wanted to ask what he thinks will happen with the carbon tax. Will it be used to reduce other taxes, or is it just going to increase the net taxation on the economy as a whole, in which case we all get poorer, which I don't think is the answer. Turkeys will not vote for Christmas.
It's a huge question. And I think that you know, there is an element of it that absolutely the dividend needs to be used to support investment and to support the rest of the world, just transition. But there is part of the story that all of this is about living within our means and therefore consuming less. And if that is part of the result, and you can describe that as being poorer if you want to, but it doesn't have to be described in that way because it does not necessarily mean worse lives. But if part of the result is that we consume less, then actually that is a requirement for us to get to net zero. We cannot get to net zero without tackling some of that consumption, without shifting our investment from consumption to investment, like a wartime economy in reality.
Maybe following that question, some people would say that this shouldn't be exactly to like consumers and normal, like everyday citizens. It should be more to companies.
Which is true, but of course we all know that the prices will be passed on. And you know, there's only so much that those companies will take without collapsing before they pass those prices on. It will impact us. There's no question about that. So we then have to find a way of supporting people, UBI, and other ways of supporting people. And you know, taking George Monbiot's phrase, which I think is a beautiful phrase, that we have to move to a world of private sufficiency and public. I've forgotten his phrase now. Public wealth, public glory, if you like. It was a better word than that. But you know, so it's that we can, you know, the luxury, public luxury. You know, that's where I think we have to end. That's where we have to move towards.
I think more generally, if we're looking at taxation and economic models, we talked about sort of nascent technologies and the technologies of the future that are going to help us to get to net zero. If we look back to, say, renewable energy, wind, for example, and the contracts for difference scheme that was set up there are actually ways in which government can introduce economic measures, taxation, regulation, all the rest of it, to help support those industries until they are at a competitive point. And I think, on your point, sir, about sort of turkeys voting for Christmas, in instances like that, you have to be very clear of, okay, well, what is the purpose behind that regulation? What is the purpose behind that taxation? And actually, it needs to sustain an industry that is ultimately going to be self-sustaining to build it to that point.
Thanks so much, Tom. So we're going to move into the next question. And how do you explain this to the Heyman? How does this conversation translate to being easily understood, and what practical steps can we take? Often the discussion and terminologies can go above people's heads, so making it easier to ignore. So how do we do that and we expand this understanding of getting to net zero?
I'm actually going to agree with the question rather than solve it, in that, you know, there's been a lot of discussion about, you know, let's change behaviors and so on. It's really tricky when you're talking about stuff to get to net zero. Two reasons. One is it isn't always the thing that's at the top of everybody's mind all the time. And then the second one is when you ask people what they think they should do, it's often not necessarily the thing that is going to have the greatest impact. So, you know, we've done work where we ask people, you know, if you're going to save some energy, what would you do? And they tend to say, turn the lights off. But we've reduced the efficiency, our lighting is much more efficient these days with LEDs and so on. So actually that's not necessarily the most useful thing. It's still a good thing, but it's not the most, it doesn't have the biggest impact. So I would agree with this question by saying, actually, we've got to be quite careful about what is it that we choose to ask people to make conscious choices of. And if it is a bike with battery to go a bit further, or a change a box in the house, which happens to be a heat pump, and never mind, it's not a boiler, but it just sort of looks like another white box, then we've got to approach it this way. We can't over-expect people to spend a lot of time on this when they've got a lot of other things going on, but we can do a lot where it just tips the behaviors in the right direction.
I think that's absolutely right. And I think if you look at the decarbonisation of electricity, a lot of that's happened without consumers having to change their behaviour. So you get home, you flick a light switch, the lights come on. But, well, hey, it's now green electricity powering them as opposed to dirty electricity. And we actually did a really interesting piece of work with the think tank Bright Blue at the end of last year. And it sort of did a focus on consumer behavior and consumer attitude. So it looked at what do sort of people think is going to green the economy. And, you know, there were various things, like, you know, people think recycling is the answer, or various bits and bobs. But it also looked at what behaviors are people willing to change. And actually, a lot of those sort of fundamental behaviors, people don't want to change. People like how things are. People expect things to work in a certain way. And sort of coming back to the point I was making earlier, the solutions that we present have to take that into account in the same way, you know, greening electricity. We're not asking people to necessarily switch the lights off. It's just that power that's powering those lights is greener.
I think, you know, we've gone through COVID and hopefully we're seeing something at the end of the tunnel, and it's green. For me, we've done some really interesting stuff on the campus at the University of Warwick, where we've looked to see what happened. So obviously we had to shut down the campus and everybody had to go online and so on. Our electricity use only went down by 30%. Now, I say only because I was going, well, why not more, you know? But we found that in some buildings it went down a little, and in other buildings, so, you know, we got a big new sports centre and the energy consumption went down by 70% there. So what has been really useful for us is realizing the flexibility of our buildings. So we think we know why some buildings only go down a little. It's because they've got lots of computing facilities, and we could cloud that to something that's greener. And then the other thing is that we're trying to work out how we can, this is the smart stuff, how we can say, well, okay, if Coventry needed a bit more electricity, we can sort of turn our dial down so that Coventry sort of gets a bit more, and therefore we keep the whole thing a bit flat. Because it's a bit sort of energy techy stuff. Is the problem with our energy consumption is it's all over the shop. It bounces up and down. It's very, very variable. And therefore we have to build capacity for the peaks, which is really expensive. So all these ways of making things smarter, more flexible, so that, you know, when something happens over here, we can offset it over there locally, rather than just pass the problems upwards and then expect somebody to fix it by building a new nuclear power station, which isn't necessarily the right answer.
Yes. I mean, I sit in a lot of focus groups and talk to the public about this a lot. And we have to think that, like, for most people, you're right, it's not top of how they make decisions. People make decisions when it's convenient, and they make low-risk decisions. So we have to make green seem like the safe, convenient choice. For a lot of things, and for a lot of times it is. And part of the problem is we talk about dates, and actually dates aren't very helpful for the public. They're very helpful for policy planning. But if you're looking at a 2040 date for low carbon homes, people are like, okay, I've got bloody ages. But actually what we need to be talking about is who's the group, the sub-demographic that can do that first. So is it first home buyers? Is it people moving out of their homes now? Is it people who are renovating anyway, and you can zero rate the cost of a boiler or a heat pump alongside that? Like, let's just go, always in cases like this, let's go with the low-hanging fruit. Let's go with the group who are most amenable to the change. And then for everyone else, it seems like, oh, a bunch of people have already done it. This is actually quite easy. You stick one solar panel on somebody's road. Study after study after study shows by the end of it, like 5 years, everyone on that road will have a solar panel.
Can people's behaviour change? Exhibit A. You know, we are capable of responding to a changing situation and doing the right thing. So that's the first thing I would say. But the other thing I would say is that in terms of this, you know, how do we get people in the conversation? I mean, there are so many conversations that need to be had. And as a local councillor, you know, part of the story is absolutely about co-creating, co-producing the schemes that we need to get to net zero. So in my neighbourhood, we're looking at a livable neighbourhood, a low traffic neighbourhood, sort of no driving through in order to evaporate some of the traffic, reduce journeys, make it easier to walk and cycle. That has to be co-created. That requires really good consultation, conversations on the doorstep, time and time again. Similarly with social housing, the business of decarbonising of housing probably needs to start with social housing because there's a scale there, and there's elements of the state and housing providers who can be encouraged to do it, but it absolutely has to be done with the tenants because it's very disruptive. It would be lovely if it was just a matter of swapping out the boiler for a heat pump and not saying it's a different piece of technology, but actually it involves a lot more than that. There's the insulation, there's and absolutely, or not just social housing. I mean, we have the leakiest housing in Europe, so there's exactly. So involving people every step of the way, and therefore, local politicians are actually a big part of this story. And one of the things that we as the Green Party are saying by COP26, we need a task force which brings together councillors and councils and the national government, because at the moment, frankly, the funding territory for local authorities who are trying to deal with this, half of whom have declared climate emergencies, is a dog's breakfast. We need a way of actually working together to push these things and then bringing our communities along with us as well.
There is a question up there.
Can I just get your thoughts on lithium extraction in the third world, and how can we as a society recycle lithium batteries?
So this question is about lithium extraction and lithium batteries. So if anyone wants to respond to that.
I think it's a really, really good question because, obviously we're changing into some technologies which have needs of materials, and there's not just the sort of extraction problem, there's the energy security problem of where they come from and so on. On the particular one of car batteries, there's a really interesting outfit in the States called NREL who produces a sort of chart that show you all the different battery technologies. And so personally for me, it's that if lithium became unacceptable or unaffordable or insecure or whatever, there are some further battery technologies that would come in. We may have to wait longer and that's not brilliant and so on, but lithium's not the only form of battery technology. But then your second point, I think, which is really useful, is the recyclability side of it. And there's way too much stuff today that we don't think about recyclability of things. And it's, Sam's comment of, we think, well, never mind, it'll be 20, 30 years and then it won't be my problem and so on. So I suppose, we've got concepts such as the circular economy. The other one for me that's interesting is as people start using services, not products, then the responsibility of sorting something out at the end sits with the service provider. So if you use you don't own a car, you use various car services for mobility, obviously the person who provides those mobility services has to do something with the vehicle at the end of it. And actually that's quite well regulated. Or it could be better, but it's better than nothing. So lithium's not the only battery technology, I suppose is one comment. And then the more we shift to services, particularly in transport, I hope we'll start to see a more circular attitude kick in.
Just on
sorry?
I'm so sorry to cut you. We are 2 minutes, I believe, or 1 minute before we end the session. So we can continue this conversation outside. Please feel free to come and engage later and keep discussing. But I guess the last question to finalize can be a yes or no answer. Are we going to get to net zero by 2050? You can say yes, no. Go.
Is it the UK? Or
the UK, yes, in this case.
It's going to be really hard work, but quite fun.
Maybe. Yes, it's exciting.
Exciting. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining the session on Getting to Net Zero. And thank you again to our lovely and amazing speakers. And thank you to the audience. And we'll see you next time.
Hello and welcome. Thank you to this session. Welcome to this session, which is on trains, planes, and automobiles, the future of transport. And I think there are three layers to this, really. One is overall transportation policy. What should be the transportation what should we prioritize within transportation over the next 10, 20 years in the UK? I think the next layer is how do we localize that? How do we do as much as possible for communities and to make sure that their transportation issues are addressed? And then finally, sustainability. How do we make transportation as sustainable as we possibly can do? And I suppose the fourth that you could add really is how do we intertwine those elements so that we get the best possible results. I've got a great panel today. First of all, I can just say, just basic housekeeping, if you can obviously switch off your phones or have them on silent, that would be great. And also with the Q&A session, if people can come up to the mic as much as possible, that would be fantastic. It just makes life easier for us. So we've got a great panel today. I've got George Freeman, MP. I've got Councillor Jim O'Boyle, I've got Councillor Steve Caldwell, and I've got Baroness Barker. And I'm going to start with George Freeman, who is MP for Mid-Norfolk and was a former Minister for Life Science in the coalition government, but also very relevant to this conversation, Minister of State for Decarbonisation and Digitisation at the Department for Transportation, and also obviously convener of this great festival of minds that we've got going on right here. So I will start with you, George, for your initial comments.
Brilliant, Nick. Thank you very much, and I hope everyone is enjoying this festival. Can I just do a show of hands? All those people for whom this is the first Big Ten festival. Yeah, the majority. And anyone not enjoying it? Good. That's what we want to hear. So an important point. Please give us some feedback at the end of the day. We're always trying to improve it, and we can only do that with your feedback. So please email us and let us know your thoughts. And secondly, big shout out and hello to all those who are watching online. Big Tent is both a physical space here, and thank you all for coming, but it's also a digital community, and we've got several hundred people watching us on YouTube and on Twitter, and the whole thing being live streamed. So, future transport. I'm going to do three things, if I may. One is be terrifyingly honest about the failures of our current transport system. As a non-minister, I'm no longer in the government, I can do that. Secondly, then I'm going to restore some hope by telling you what I think we've got an opportunity to do and why COVID is a catalyst for us to do it, and then share with you my reflections on how we could actually deliver it and make this a moment where in future years people look back and say, well, I don't know how they did it, but after COVID, they really got a grip of this agenda and transport in the UK was transformed. So the critique. I want to suggest to you that we have a Department of Transport that doesn't really do transport. When I went, as Prime Minister sent me to DFT as number 2, Minister of State for the Future of Transport, to shake it up. And his brief to me was literally, go and do what you did as Minister for Life Science at the Department of Health and Bays. He said, you will find, fun enough, the Prime Minister, having been a mayor of London, knows the DFT well. He said, you will find it is divided into 4 types of people. People who work in road, in rail, in aviation, or shipping. And very few people think about place. Very few people think about people and places. And George, that's what you're all about. Go in and shake it up and shape an industrial strategy for the UK to lead in the amazing technologies that are coming in terms of future transport, but also shake up DFT so that it really grips the agenda around cleaner and healthier growth. And within a few days, I realized exactly what he meant, because as a new minister arriving at the department, you say hello to everyone in the lift. And I never take the ministerial lift on my own. I want to meet the staff. So you're in the lift and I say, hi, what do you do? And people say, I'm in aviation, I'm in shipping, I'm in road, or I'm in rail. And essentially, what we've done is to silo different transport modes. And that siloed thinking effectively, and by the way, the department, the civil servants are brilliant people. This is not a criticism of them. In fact, of all the departments I've worked in, it's the most, funnily enough, the most driven with a sense of common purpose internally. But the structure isn't really about to me, transport is how you help people go between places. So it should all be about the people and the places. So when I, as Transport Minister, get the train back to my constituency in Norwich, and I get to Cambridge, and I get off the train, and there's 4 minutes to walk down and catch the Norwich connection, and the train from London is 4 minutes late, you expect them to just hold the connection for at least 60 seconds. Not for an hour, but for 60 seconds. Or at least tell us that we have to run. No one thinks about that. I got off, walked down, I've done it hundreds of times, got there, and the train pulled out. And I said to the guy, well, why didn't you tell us? Not my job. It left on time. I said, but I bought a ticket from London to Norwich. I did not buy a ticket to Cambridge. I do not want, and I just share with you that we're running a transport system that isn't really working for the people or the places that it's supposed to serve. It's working, well, who's it working for? We've actually created in the Department of Transport a franchising, purchasing, supply chain system. It's all about big infrastructure, Highways England and Network Rail. And the whole of the purchasing model is how do we even out the purchasing? It was designed in the Treasury so that basically big chunks of money, we're not having peaks before an election and then troughs and laying people off. Makes sense. But the whole machine now is devoted to rationing supply. So the A47 in my constituency, which David Cameron promised would be dualled 11 years ago, it won't be dual for another 20 years. So we're running a very top-down, bureaucratic construction procurement management system with tier 1 to tier 3 suppliers. It's really designed by the big construction companies in conjunction with the civil servants to make sure that big infrastructure is delivered. I mean, that's important. But I would suggest to you that is not the sole and defining mission of a transportation department. And I want to suggest that actually, if we're going to deliver cleaner and healthier growth, if we're going to make this year, this tragedy, let's not forget 120,000 of our fellow citizens have died, the nation put on $1 trillion of debt and 35,000 tons of fat, and we've all had a chance to hear the bird song and discover what we really care about. If we're going to make this a moment for healthier and cleaner growth, then transport is completely fundamental. And we haven't got a prayer of hitting net zero or preventing the obesity epidemic or preventing the mental health epidemic unless we start literally with the daily reality, the lived reality of people going to places. That's dropping the children at school, going to work, coming back from work. You can talk about HS2 all you want, but the reality every day, pumping out carbon from congestion and pollution and living the obesity life in the car, living on a garage sandwich and a sugary drink. That's what we have to change. And in the end, to me, that is about creating a transport vision and strategy and financing system, which is based on actually allowing people in places to decide how they want to get to work. And so, first of all, it needs to be profoundly decentralized. Of course, central government should do the big motorways, the big infrastructure, but the local bit should be properly done and integrated locally. I have in my patch a new housing estate, 2,000 houses. It's 400 meters from a railway station and 700 meters from the A11. And the traffic is directed past the railway station, which is locked up on the south side, no access, under the tunnel. We're spending over £2 million opening up the tunnel so the cars can drive into Wyndham Town Centre, pumping particulates into the lungs of our children, and then turn left or right to get onto the new A11. Wouldn't you want to put the 2,000 houses and advertise them as being on the railway line, 40 minutes to Cambridge? I mean, the dislocation between housing and transport is chronic, serious, urgent. And I don't think you can solve that in Whitehall with sort of joint working. We're going to have to really localize it, seriously localize it on the ground. So why am I excited? I'm excited because I think there's a new generation coming. And it's lovely to see some people in here who are not old farts, who I think are going to look at us in a few years and say, are you telling me you all owned cars? You spent 10, 20, 50 grand on a thing that you parked outside your house that deteriorated. You all owned cars? How weird. Isn't transport about getting from A to B when you want to, not owning an asset that deteriorates? I think there's a whole new generation coming who expect to want to walk to work, cycle to work, live healthily, take a bullet train when they want one, fly when they need to. They're going to expect to have green city mapper, have their carbon points. They're going to expect to be active citizens. They're going to want to manage down their emissions. They're going to want to pick taxi companies and train companies that are running green. They're going to want to use the power of market to drive that revolution. And so I think there's a huge opportunity for us to decentralize and integrate, localize and digitalize. And that's why I made my mission at DFT, decarbonization, digitalization and decentralization. And I just close by sharing this with you. The strategy that we put in place, what I found actually in the DFT was in each of the 4 modes, there were people passionate about people, place and environment, but they were sort of relegated. So shipping is actually, per pound of haulage, the biggest emitting industry. I mean, it's enormous, all those ships pumping out diesel around the world. Download the app, Global Shipping app, if you want to have a look at the ships going around the world pumping out. And there were people in the shipping department in DFT who really get future of shipping. There are people in aviation, but there was no proper structure. So I created a directorate called the Future Transport. And on the left-hand side, we had 7 work streams. The left-hand side was long-term industrial strategy, science, technology. Right-hand side was people and school gates. And the first was, what do we spend on R&D? Transport R&D. No one in the DFT knew. They said, oh, the bays do all that. So we got a grip of that, found out how much we spend. It's not that much, actually. And if we're really going to invest in tomorrow's helicopters, electric airplanes, green transport, light rail, and we need to invest in the R&D of transport. Second category, commercialization. What do we pull in internationally in investment? No one knew. No one in the DFT had asked that question. So I started asking that question, and what are we pulling in from big companies and startups? Third, test beds. Why don't we create some places where we can test out the autonomous vehicles of tomorrow, the e-scooters? Don't spend 10 years passing a bill licensing e-scooters. They'll have gone out of fashion by the time we do that. Let's create 5 test beds, digitalize them, let the mayors run them, gather the data, and if they're lethal in London and safe everywhere else, let's license on that basis. And let's lead in agile digital regulation. Third, digital. Let's create a transport informatics hub, gather all the data. At the moment, if you cross the country in a car, data is collected on you, but no one puts it together in one place. We could create an amazing transformatics hub where researchers, academics, scientists could plug. And I mean, no country's got higher density travel than this country, but we don't use any of that data. 5 was regulation. Let's start doing really agile regulation based on informatics on what actually works. 6, decarbonization. The Department of Transport didn't have a decarbonization plan before I arrived. And when I said, and they went, oh yeah, they showed me a graph, went like that. That's how they're going to get to net zero. And I said, listen, as an investor, I never invest in a straight line. It must be rubbish. I mean, show me a line that goes, we're going to make early wins, then it's a bit slow, and then we get the dividends. Show me shipping, aviation, rail, and each mode must have a plan to how it gets to net zero. And can you please identify for me the 10 places that are worst emitters? I want to know the 10 worst railway junctions, the 10 worst, and start to localize it and start to put some metrics. And then there's red, amber, green places on carbon emissions. Only when you red, amber, green, and you start to say to the MP Freeman, you know, your constituency is in the red zone, then everyone starts to take some responsibility and then go finally to families and households. And if your school had an app and you knew you were a red school, why? Because everyone's driving in single cars, people are turning up in SUVs, pumping out emissions, running over kids, compared to the other school where they're car sharing or cycling. When you start to localize and digitalize and empower, I think 1,000 flowers will bloom and people will start to create a transport system that works for them. So an intelligent market based on clear metrics, proper leadership from London, not what we've got at the moment, but most importantly of all, integration locally to allow councils to come together and build infrastructure that works for healthy and happy citizens.
All right, thank you, George. I'm going to come on to Councillor Jim O'Boyle, who is a Labour councillor in Coventry, and in fact born and raised in Coventry as well. So I'd be very interested in your comments, particularly in relation to some of the things that George was saying about people in place and obviously decentralization and all of that. So I hand it to you, Jim.
Thank you. Don't mind if I stand up, do you? You know, that's good. Yeah, George has set quite a challenge and demonstrates, I suppose, the breadth of the challenge that faces the country as a whole. First, I just want to welcome you all to Coventry. So, as I was introduced, I was born here and brought up here. So, I'm invested in Coventry. And of course, you know, we are the City of Culture this year. And part of our culture is actually the British motor industry. You know, Coventry was the birthplace of the British motor industry. I worked in the motor industry. I worked at Peugeot at the Wrighton plant for a number of years. So I understand it's in our DNA. But I just want to talk about some of the projects we're involved in, the future of transport going forward here in the city, because we were pioneers in the old days, and we believe, and I believe, we're being pioneers today. We want to bring new technologies to the fore and to give people choices. I'm not going to stand here and say to you, you should do this, you should do that. I think it's right that we bring choices because people will have different modes of transport. So this is a quick run through of some of the projects in Coventry. Very light rail. Sounds like, something you've heard of before. What we're trialling in Coventry is completely unique. It's a collaboration with Warwick Manufacturing Group, Warwick University, Transport for West Midlands, and as a Labour council, as has been reported, I'm collaborating with Dudley Council, which is run by the Conservatives. I don't see this as a political issue. I see this as too important an issue to divide on political grounds. It's a reliable, environmentally friendly, battery-driven, hop-on, hop-off transport. It's about 5 times cheaper than Midland Metro. It will have a brand new track form that will completely revolutionise how you put track into the roadway, and it will run at a high frequency, and we aim for it to be autonomous in the future. It will have no overhead cables, and as I said, the track will be laid without the need to relocate services. When you lay track on street form, you have to move the gas, the electric, it costs millions. That is where the cost in on-street trams comes from. And I can tell you, Coventry Very Light and Rapid Rail, I've named it Covlar. I'm hoping it's going to catch on, so I'm saying it Covlar, Coventry Very Light and Rapid Rail. But also in Coventry, believe it or not, we've got the most on-street electric charge points anywhere in the country outside of London per head of population. And it's important that where people don't have the ability to park their vehicles off-street, there is on-street availability. And we're bidding for 400 more as we speak. In addition, yes, it's only 401, but compare that to some cities and towns that don't have any. We've made a head start in this, and we've got a number of rapid recharges that can recharge an electric vehicle in as little as 30 minutes. Now, here's something else. Self-charging roads. You must think I'm, been on the pot before I came in here. Actually, we're part of a project looking at the feasibility of wireless on-the-go charging for electric vehicles. It's the first study of its kind in the UK, and it will assess the viability of charging electric vehicles as they are driven. Interestingly, it's called Dynacov. I mean, it sounds like the local takeaway, but it's a dynamic charging of vehicles. It doesn't have to be private vehicles. This could be buses. It could be anything. Coventry is also the location for the UK Battery Industrialisation Centre, a cutting-edge research facility that will enable the scale-up and manufacture of batteries. Batteries make up around 40% of the value of a vehicle. They are difficult to transport, and they're expensive. So it's important as a country that both we develop the batteries of the future, and that's what UK BIC, which we bid for and won in 2017. There's no other place like it in the UK. In fact, there's no other place like it anywhere in Europe. But here's the point. We need to use that knowledge, we need to use that expertise to build manufacture our batteries here. If our industry, automotive industry, is going to have a future, we need to build them and build them now. And that is why in Coventry we bid for the location of a gigafactory here. It would cost something like £2.5 billion to be operational. 78,000 new jobs could be created. It's a threat. A threat is, if we don't do it soon, we potentially could lose all of our automotive industry. But it's also a challenge because actually this is green transport and it's green technology, and we're looking at how the life of batteries after they've done a period of time, what do we do with them after? There's lots of projects and work going on there as well. Coventry is the location for connected and autonomous vehicles, a project known as UK Autodrive And it's a 3-year project where it's developing and deploying driverless and connected technology on the streets of Coventry. It's not just pie in the sky. Those of you who have come, whatever transport you've come today, one thing I can guarantee, you would have come on our ring road to get to where you've got to today. I've driven round the ring road, Coventry's ring road, in a car that drove me round it with no driver. So that technology is here now. We've got to develop it to the real world. That's what this is about. They're much greener technology as well, because you don't have the speeding up and slowing down and heavy braking, which causes particulates and all the rest of it. All of these little things make a difference. And Coventry is pioneering electric vehicles, as I said. The iconic London black cabs are built here in this city. We've got 70 vans and cars for businesses as a local authority. We're asking businesses to try before they actually buy them. We're the only city in the country who's won a bid via government to fund to make all our buses electric, and all our buses will be electric in this city by 2025. That's 297 different buses in our city. So all our buses in the next 4 years will be electric with no emissions. George mentioned e-scooters. We're trialling e-scooters. I'm not going to go on too much about that. It is ironic, of course, that you can buy a scooter privately, but you're not allowed to ride them on public roads. So we do need the government very soon to make a decision as to whether they're going to legalise them, because the trials have been not without their difficulties, but it's a mode of transport. A mile here, a mile there means they don't have to take the car. It's about joining up those different modes of transports. And anyone who's been around the city would have seen we're taking part as well in the West Midlands Cycle Hire. And I'll leave this final point, and this one should sort of make you think about. We're taking part as well in something called Urban Airport. So later this year, a trial is taking place in our city next to our railway station that is having an £82 million upgrade, the first upgrade it has had for 50 years since it was built. That was because it was the fastest growing railway station outside of London before COVID. Obviously, rail passenger use is now about 30% at the moment. It's quite low, but it will return. We need that capacity. But also, urban airports, basically, it's about autonomous delivery drones and air taxis, and we'll be trialling them in this city later this year. These are just some of the things that are going on. You know, this is not a panacea, and I've missed out on loads of things I could talk about, but honestly, Coventry is at the hub of this new technological opportunity. And when people talk about the green industrial revolution, let me tell you, as far as I'm concerned, it is an opportunity, an economic opportunity that we shouldn't give up, but it's also the right thing to do, and it's happening right here in Coventry.
Thank you very much for that, Jim. Much appreciated. I will come next to Baroness Barker, who is the Lib Dem spokesperson on social enterprise charities and the voluntary sector for the Liberal Democrats in the Lords. So Liz, what is the future of transport in the UK?
The future of transport in the United Kingdom is entirely different from what we have now. Because what we have at the moment is a system. Quite who invented that system and for what purpose, I'm not sure. But the system that was invented really had very little to do with what transport really is about. And what transport is about, and should be about, is about enabling people to move between places for social and economic purposes. That's not what we've got at the moment. And we certainly haven't got a transport system that is rooted either particularly in environmental need, certainly not environmental need, nor social needs either. What we also have is a transport policy which favours certain modes of transport, in particular cars. And the reason we have a transport policy that favours cars is because of rural transport and the politics of rural transport. Because we're still subsidizing, if you look at it, particularly in the last few years, aviation and cars heavily subsidized in different ways by government. Trains, public transport, not. At the moment, because of the pandemic, buses and trains are being heavily subsidised. But the government has started to give out indications that certainly the subsidies for bus travel not likely to last very much in the future, and that is very, very important, because local authorities who truly understand the needs of local communities to rely on public transport particularly for work purposes and so on, are not going to be able to sustain that in the future. And that's the future of transport is about change. There are going to be, I don't need to go through them because they've already been expertly put. The technological change in transport is huge. The impact of that is going to be that people will be able to choose alternative modes of transport. And we know what determines people's choices in terms of transport. It is convenience, access, and safety. That's the three. It doesn't matter whether that, I mean, you can apply that to whether somebody takes the incredibly daring decision as I do to cycle in London. Those three things, or whether I decide that I'm going to fly somewhere, or somebody's going to fly somewhere, or go by train. That's what it's about. And what we have the potential to do, both commercially and at national government level and at local government level, is to bring about a huge change in the choices that people have that enable them to make healthier lifestyle choices. I'll confess, I'll come out. I'm a member of the All Parliamentary Group on cycling, and we're now cycling and walking. And we are at the moment having a hearing, a set of hearings about transport, to feed into the cycling and walking and infrastructure strategy, because they all call it CWIS. I mean, the moment you start talking about transport, people just go off into acronyms, just their own. Well, so CWIS, we're talking about. And in that, we are trying to do a number of quite important things. Number one, talk about parity between different road users. We have we had until recently a highway code in which car users have a supremacy in it. We still do in terms of the way we deal with it in legal and in the criminal justice system. But we actually have to have policies which translate into physical manifestations of that policy, in which we have streets and roads which are about parity between different users. And you can only do that and make sense of that on a regional and local basis. I know somebody talked about motorways and arterial roads. If there is no connection between that and a regional plan or a local plan, you're going to get to the edge of Coventry, and suddenly nothing makes sense anymore. It makes sense anymore. It doesn't. We really need to be doing that, because it is actually, I think, out in small towns and in rural areas where we can have some of potentially the biggest change. With some of our witnesses to our inquiry yesterday were talking about the fact that we've had a huge amount of success in doing that job of joining up different modes of transport. We are beginning to see around the country more and more stations at which there is secure bike parking, and that makes a huge difference. Not least in your part of the bowl. People want to go further and do swap-up schemes whereby people can exchange use of their bike at one end of a journey with somebody else at the other, so that we can do make better use of things. But one of the most interesting things for me was we are beginning to change our attitude towards bikes. Because we're Brits, we think that e-bikes are cheating, really. And unless and until we get through that, and we're beginning to do it, we're not going to make the amount of change, or the rapid change that's going on in places like on the continent. But we're beginning to do that. And then we get into things like cargo bikes and e-cargo bikes. And those are a point of real change. Somebody's been doing a bit of research looking at that at the moment. At the moment, do you know what's the biggest cargo for cargo bikes? Children, school runs, that kind of stuff. That's the point at which you begin to see how transport use changes. When people can see the difference to them and their lives, then they begin to start doing things that they previously thought they weren't going to do. And that leads to two things. One, there needs to be sustained investment, but two, people need to see that if they are going to change their transport use, the benefits and the economic benefits of doing so are going to be kept where they live. That's how the change in London happened all that time ago, because Londoners saw that there was going to be investment in buses and so on. That has not happened in places outside of London. And that's why it is really important that lying behind those great technological breakthroughs and plans, there are locally accountable people working to demonstrate to people around, yeah, you can change, and it will be convenient, it will be accessible, and it will be safe.
Thank you very much, Liz. So I shall now pass the floor over to Councillor Steve Caldwell. He is a Green councillor in Solihull. I'm very interested to hear what you have to say.
Thank you. I'm going to keep this brief because I think these conversations are much better when we get some interaction from the floor. My name's Steve Caldwell. I'm a councillor in Castle Bromwich, which is in North Solihull. I'm also the leader of the opposition on Solihull Council. And a couple of you may have recognised me because I was the Green Party's candidate for Mayor of the West Midlands this year, where we came third. For me, the future of transport, if we're going to answer that question, we have to ask ourselves why we're actually asking it. And I'm going to play with type slightly here and say the reason we're thinking about the future of transport is because we're in a climate emergency. And I think we all know that, and I think that's well understood. And on that basis, the future of transport has to be whatever helps us to defeat the climate emergency. And what I will point out here is we've heard a lot about growth and economics, and that's fine, and we have to have a focus on economic growth, but we also have to remember that we're talking about a finite planet here, and we cannot prioritize economic growth over the health and safety of our planet, because it's our planet that nourishes us, keeps us alive, allows us to flourish. So the Green Party has quite a well-developed set of transport policies. They're available on our website if you feel like putting yourself through that at any point. We talk about a hierarchy of modes, and I think Liz has touched on this already. We talk about active travel, so that's cycling, walking, first and foremost. Then we talk about mass transit, trains, trams, light rail, buses. And then we start talking about motorized transport. And I think it's really important that we look at the answers in that way, because as well as the obvious benefits in terms of emissions, and we need to remember that in the West Midlands, 1/3 of all our carbon emissions come from transport. So it's a huge issue that we need to get under control as quickly as possible. As well as the obvious savings in emissions from cycling and walking, there's the public health aspect, which is a huge potential benefit for us as a society as well. Sitting in cars, as George mentioned, it's actually really bad for you from an ergonomic perspective, from a lifestyle perspective. It's something that we need to do less of. Everybody having cars means there's no space on our pavements. And I do mean our pavements, I don't mean our roads. We've had cars piled on roads for many years, but what we're seeing now, I see this in my ward, I see this in Birmingham and in Coventry and elsewhere, is that we're now seeing cars piled on pavements because there's nowhere else to put them. And that's a problem that we need to really grasp the nettle and address. The demand for mass transport, or the driver for mass transport, is economic as well as ecological. I remember a really excellent piece that was on a website called City Metric that explained how at peak travel time, Birmingham is only half the size that it actually is in terms of a travel to work area, because people can't actually get the transport to get them to job opportunities because of the level and the nature of congestion on roads at 8 in the morning and 5 in the evening. And I think it's really important here to call out that EVs and electric vehicles are not a solution to that problem, because an electric car takes up exactly the same amount of space on the road as a fossil fuel car. An electric car will kill you just as well as a fossil fuel car will if it hits you at 50 miles an hour. There are many ways in which electric cars do not actually solve the fundamental issue of us having too many pieces of tin on our roads. And I think we need to be aware of that and call that out. Having said that, obviously some people need to use cars to get around, whether it's for health reasons or for transport or for family reasons or for work. And of course, electric vehicles and possibly hydrogen vehicles, when we talk about mass transport, should be part of that solution. But for me, there's 3 challenges. There's the cultural challenge. How do we as a society in this country get from where we are today, which is a massive level of car dependency that I think is embedded to a level where we don't even recognize it anymore. We don't realize quite how car dependent we are as a society. And Liz made some great points about rural transport and how actually, if you're in the Meriden Gap, you don't have a lot of options. You kind of have to own a car, otherwise you're housebound. And that's a really important challenge for local authorities to grasp. But there's that cultural aspect. How do we move away from cars? How do we move back towards walking, cycling, and public transport? Like we see in Europe, go to Holland, car ownership incidence is much lower than it is in this country. But even other areas of Britain, in Manchester, London, these areas are just starting to make that movement away. And it feels to me, I'm not a West Midlands native, you can probably tell from the accent, but it feels to me like this is a really thorny issue for us to grasp here in the West Midlands, because we are the home of British motor manufacturing, because Coventry has got that history that's steeped in car manufacturing, because Birmingham was Motor City, and because our towns and cities were bonded by ring roads. Wolverhampton's the same, Birmingham's the same. Those all pose really difficult challenges for us to overcome. And I don't think we start to break those challenges down until we accept what they are, and we actually do accept that, yeah, we've got a car problem. Just a point to think about at the end. We've spoken about COVID and how COVID is a really big opportunity for us to build back better or to do things differently, or however you want to describe it. Car usage is now at 109% of pre-COVID levels. So we're not building back better at the moment. We are going back to the way that things were before, and it's even worse. Whereas, as George has said, train usage is 30% of pre-COVID levels. That isn't something that we can let a market sort out. That has to have clear intervention from government at all levels. In Solihull, I can say that we have a cycling and walking strategy. We have a local cycling walking infrastructure plan that sets out how we're going to do cycle lanes, bus routes, maybe even one day low traffic neighborhoods. If the administration there decides to grasp that particular nettle, I think that might be a little way off yet.
Buy a tin helmet.
But yeah, absolutely. And also, Birmingham's introduced clean air zone. Again, these are things that we have to grasp that nettle. We have to think, okay, that's probably going to be unpopular, but it's not as unpopular as rampant climate change is going to be in the next 5 to 10 years. And it's difficult for us all as politicians, I think, to have those conversations with you, because as soon as you say to someone, you can't drive your car anymore, we're not going to have jobs anymore because you're not going to vote for us. I hope that might be slightly different in this room, but more generally, that's the challenge that we have as trying to be opinion formers, but at the same time being constrained by public opinion. But I think it falls on people like us who come to panels like this to be that little bit braver and to say, well, actually, if we're going to defeat this issue, this climate emergency that we face, it's going to take some hard choices, and we have to talk about them so that you know what choices you want to make. I'll stop there.
Great.
Thank you.
Right, so there's a lot to pick apart here, but I'll start with a rather big question, which is, and some of this has been touched upon in your remarks, and it's really about the rub against, to some extent, or let's say playing devil's advocate, saying you're going to have an issue between the local and the sustainable. Sometimes they come together. Obviously, Jim pointed out, Coventry and electric transportation. But sometimes there's going to be a rub against between what the local community wants and sustainability. Liz had a great point about it. Well, if you can particularly create the narrative that the benefit's going to be seen in the community, you can get round lots of that. But is there more to the story than that? I'll let anybody come in that has an idea.
I'll go first if you like.
Go on, Steve. Yeah.
I think it's a really interesting question. So one of the Green Party's core political philosophies is this concept of localism and the idea that actually decision making should be delegated to the lowest possible level. So I feel that that's something that, as a principle, local communities should always have the best possible level of consultation and, where possible, the final say on what gets done to them. And it shouldn't be done to them. In fact, it should be done with them. Having said that, I think that idea of delegating responsibility also means that sometimes you have to think, well, actually, this isn't something that you can decide on that atomic basis. Defense policy is a great example of this, right? If every village had its own defense policy, we'd be living in a very interesting country.
Indeed. Norfolk still has that.
Well, as possible.
They still have a secessionist movement.
Yeah, and in Cornwall as well. So I think that's a challenge that you can overcome if you have a clear strategy that is well understood and that is bought into. And importantly, I think we spoke about local authorities earlier and how local authorities need to be leading on some of these things. That's great when they've got the money to do it, and they don't at the moment, and they haven't done for a really long time. So yes, let's devolve as much as we can. Let's recognize where we need national strategy. But if we're asking our local authorities to take action, let's give them the bloody money to do it, because that's not happening at the moment.
I say a couple of things. Just before COVID, I met somebody with the most fantastic job. He was going off to make our armed forces carbon neutral. What a cracking job that is!
Wow.
Yeah, huge. The question is about how you calculate the cost, isn't it? You can calculate the cost to a community in terms of how much they're going to pay. Calculate the cost in terms of health, air quality, whatever. And I'm not talking about manipulating people into doing stuff. I'm talking about trying to involve and engage people with as much and as full information as possible. And I think people, and particularly young people, are getting that. They're way ahead of the rest of us, as boring old people. They can see it. And, you don't have to be that smart in London to know that air quality is so bad that it is having a deleterious effect on the population. And when you give people facts like that, they begin to change their minds.
Yeah, great.
I've only got one. There's a few questions.
Yeah.
The one point, I couldn't agree more with you that if you could put a cost number on obesity, congestion, pollution, all those things we don't want on a place, and you could then say, guys, if you could reduce that cost, you can keep half the saving and put it in locally. I think 1,000 flowers would bloom, and people would say, did he just say we can keep half the cost? And the truth is, we're wasting billions at the moment. And the Treasury hate this, by the way, which is probably why I've never been a Treasury minister. But they have actually, the people in the Treasury, they've, in the West Midlands, calculated that obesity, it's the obesity capital of Europe because it's been designed around the car, costs the West Midlands economy 4 billion a year. I don't know if it's right. It's probably wrong, but let's take it. It's a Treasury number. I'd love to be able to say, okay, that's the 4 billion, and in the next few years, it's going to go up if we carry on as we are. If you, oh good people of West Midlands, led by your great leaders, can reduce that number, which I think you've just demonstrated you can keep half the saving and put it back into local bike routes and walking routes. I think, a lot more people would say, I want to go into local government. Wow. And it would just turbo you, because once you've got that, you can then go off and raise money and say, I'm guaranteed by Freeman and the Treasury that if I can reduce that cost, we get the money back. Will you loan me the money to put bike routes in? And to me, that decentralized, place-based costing model would unlock a revolution of investment. But anyway, I'm conscious we ought to hear from some of the folks here.
Let's just try and get some.
We got 5 minutes, I think.
Okay,
we've
got
got 5 minutes.
It's right. It is 5 minutes, so because if we can keep the questions brief, I'll just go to this lady right here in the middle.
So David King has said recently, he's the ex-chief scientist, by the way, he set up the Cambridge Climate Repair Centre. So he's a fairly big cheese. He said very recently, there is no budget left to stay at or below 1.5 degrees, right? That time was 10 years ago. If he's right, and I'm not a climate scientist, so I'm going to go with Sir David, right? So there's eminent scientists saying we can't make 1.5. We've seen what happens at 1.2. We've seen transport systems collapsing across the industrial world in the last couple of weeks. New York subway, underwater. What have I heard here today, apart from the Green Councillor, that is actually addressing that level of risk? Where is the mobilisation plan? I'm not talking about clever accountancy tricks. Where is the investment and the money to invest in and adapt our transport system?
Okay, wonderful. I'll take another two. Yeah, the chap at the back. Yeah, glasses.
I have to say that the current state of our transport is a failure of the political process itself. Like, for example, all the nostrils that we hear and the ideas that we see, they won't make road journeys quicker, cheaper, and cleaner. And the reason for that is that all the thinking so far, particularly on road transport, is under the paradigm of private vehicles and public routes. Whereas when we look at the needs for everybody to travel, it's if you can increase the speed of transport, you either decrease the time spent getting to work, or you can parlay that into an increased radius, and therefore greater specialisation and greater social and economic opportunities, that's the catalyst of growth. Now,
we just don't have a lot of time, so if you could, if you have a question.
The two greatest things that happen in transport with it that happened in the world, in the UK, railways and toll roads. And they were both generated under the paradigm of private vehicles and private routes, toll funding. And that whole area has been completely missed, and it's necessarily missed because the politicians, it's completely outside their sphere. So
no, it's great. Yeah, if it's quick, yeah.
Yeah, just something actually really quick. And this expands into different transport, but relating to transport. Something we keep talking about. I come from Wales, and we use decentralisation all the time. But what we actually need is devolution. And the two things are completely different.
Absolutely.
Completely different. You know, it's something actually I know George will sort of know what I'm talking about, because I remember something that Boris Glassman talked about, whereby what if we just put a rocket up this whole idea of centralised government, and something as radical, and this would affect transport, believe me, where we created a dual ownership per parish between individual owner of their property and the community, which meant that every time any decision was made, parking on the streets, cycleways, I remember growing up when they got rid of the railways that we used for industry, and everybody, and the council wanted cycle paths. I love cycle paths, I cycle, but at the time we had railways that we could have used for it, and we decided not to. But the council said, well, we're going to do it anyway, even though we elected you, and apparently that's decentralisation. It's not. It's just centralisation down a notch. I think we need to stop clarifying this difference between centralisation, decentralisation, and devolution, and actually we need something across the board, not just transport, which was a rocket up for all ideas of centralised governance arts, part of the expression. So, which means that all of a sudden we do have a genuine say what happens, when it happens, what gets built, what doesn't get built, what car goes on the street, what car doesn't go on the street, what nuclear energy is built on the road, what isn't. And what that means for us, employment, transport, everything else, as opposed to it being, we have a say every 4 years between some guy that says he's going to do something and doesn't do it, and the other. What we have an actual say in politics. I don't want to sound some sort of 1930s anarchist here, but maybe they are. Maybe why not? But we just need that thing in terms of all things bottom and starts to feed its way up as opposed to at the top and feeding its way down. Possible.
Thank you, guys. I don't have time for any more questions, and I don't actually have time to have the panel answer any of that because we are completely out of time. Thank you to everybody for coming, and thank you for a great panel. And the closing remark I would say is I talk a lot across. I'm a policy generalist. I talk to a lot of policy areas. And the one thing I'd say is whatever you fear about the state of transportation in the UK, the fact that we've got a cross-party panel, we've got Labour, Tory, Lib Dem, Green, and actually there's a thread through. There's actually there's some disagreements, but actually there's a lot. I think there's a lot of coming together about where we need to be, which I think everybody should be encouraged by. So I'll leave you with that. Thank you very much for coming. Yeah, no worries.
much for coming to this session at Big Tent Ideas Festival. And our session today is about the power of community to help improve mental health amongst young people. I think we are, all of us, reaching a new level of understanding of the profound effect that the pandemic has had on an already pre-existing issue, which was young people's mental health. And I think we're also acutely aware that even before the pandemic, the capacity of health services, either in the community or the acute sector, to meet the needs of young people with regard to mental health were limited. Now, having gone through the 18 months that we've gone through, the situation is even more difficult, and the lookout for the future is that communities will have to be even more equipped and resilient to help people get through. So that's the subject of our discussion this afternoon. We've got a brilliant panel to whom I will introduce you in a bit. I should introduce myself, by the way. My name is Liz Barker. I happen to be Baroness Liz Barker and therefore a member of the House of Lords. And I got the honour of being the chair today. People are going to talk about various different reflections they have on the question before us. But a key part of our session is that you, the audience, here with us, and those who are joining us remotely, take part, and that's principally through putting questions which the panel will answer. So can I encourage you to do two things? Can I encourage all of you to log into Slido, which is where you can put your questions and we'll bring them up, slido.com, and we'll put the sooner you get your questions in, the sooner you get the chance to ask them. And for those of you who are here in the tent, if you want to ask a question, you go over to the microphone. That will enable those who are participating remotely to hear what you say. So enough from me. First person that we're going to go to is the person on my right, who's the Reverend G.Day Macaulay. He was founder and CEO of House of Rainbow. He does a tremendous amount of work with people in the Black and African communities he's a member of, the LGBT community. And he's also a glutton for punishment. He's also a priest in the Church of England. G-Day, no more than 5 minutes.
No, we could be less than that. Hello, everybody. My name is G.Day Macaulay, as you heard. And yes, House of Rainbow started in 2006, and the primary focus of House of Rainbow was to support Black, lesbian, gay, bisexual, of African Caribbean descent on reconciling faith and sexuality. It was so important. And I myself, I'm a survivor of conversion therapy, and I came out as gay, and of course, as a Christian of Nigerian family. So supporting young people is very important. I'm not going to do a long biography of introduction, but I think I have this book, this magazine, and some flyers somewhere in this hall, which will be distributed at some point. Please do take them away and get to know the organization that I work for. Now, in the lockdown, we were actually looking to close down our organization completely because we didn't know or think that we could survive. But my board of directors insisted that we stay on and see what happens and how we can manage through. Almost within a few weeks and the first few months, you know, our phone line was ringing, our social media was buzzing, people needed help. We already at that point began to consider a project on safeguarding LGBT young people from abuse. So it became a reality in the lockdown. It became a serious reality because people were facing homophobia, transphobia, domestic abuse in their own home. So we were able to begin to help in that moment. A few weeks ago, we had a place for 19 people for therapy. We got a request for over 70 requests. So that means that we are in critical times in order to support our community. But at the same time, we're also part of a community that we're asking the UK government to ban conversion therapy because of the level of abuse that is causing for our young people and for many people in our community. And finally, we also have a serious challenge around migration, or especially undocumented migrants. Many of them are still scared of going even to take the vaccine or to show up in medical centers. But we still have to support them as well. There's issue around food poverty. We have to provide them with food vouchers so that they can go and shop. And this is part of that reality that we're facing today. So the conversation today is really about the impact on mental health. We had to deal with it. We're right in the middle of it right now, and it's really not over. I don't know what else is going to happen as we come out of lockdown as soon as a few weeks' time. But I'm very, very concerned. So this is a conversation today.
Thank you, Judy. Brilliant. Next up, we got Naomi Madden. Naomi is Director of Projects for Grapevine for Coventry and Warwickshire, which is a network of your organisations which work with young people who are particularly disadvantaged or at risk. Naomi, over to you.
Forgive my notes, I can't do this without them, and I'll keep to time. So I'm Naomi Madden, I'm Director of Projects at Grapevine Coventry and Warwickshire. Grapevine is a charity that helps people and communities get stronger, and we spark community around them and we shift power. And I'm really grateful Orla has joined me today, a young person, and I'm going to talk really quickly because she has a specific call to action that she wants to get out there. But right now, Grapevine are working with all sorts of people, helping them build the strength that they need to solve their own problems. We're working with around 1,000 people in Coventry at the moment. We are bringing community together despite the restrictions, and we're looking to hear ideas and mobilise action. And we currently have 21 community movements happening right now in Coventry and counting. And we're also developing campaigns with communities of people to help them bring about the change that they need to see around the things that affect their lives in very real ways. And we find that these approaches, these very human approaches, help all kinds of people facing all kinds of very difficult problems and situations. But obviously COVID has caused additional problems, and we're looking at an additional 2.1 million people who are now living with financial uncertainty. We also know that the report published by the Disabled Children's Partnership, 80% of parents reported a decline in their child's mental health. It's 80%. And also around 68% of employers have had to withdraw opportunities of work experience for young, vulnerable people. Withdrawing that one opportunity, perhaps, that may have made a huge difference to a young person's life. So I believe that we need community now more than ever. And so on that note, I'm going to hand you over to Orla.
So my name's Orla. I'm 18 years old and I'm currently having a gap year because I just finished my A-levels. And I'm looking at going to university in the future, but I need some, and before I go, there are some areas that I need more support in, like I need some help developing my personal skills and my life skills as well. So if anybody thinks they can help me, then please sign that card and just put your contact details here and put it in that box there.
We believe in the power of community in offering opportunity for young people and overcoming some of the issues that they may face. So if you know somebody or you are somebody who can help someone like Orla, please do put your details on this card and post it in the box. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, what a great start. Thank you. Thank you, both of you. Our next person up is Jake Field Gibson, who is the director of Politica. Sorry, it's spelt with a K and it sounds sort of terribly Soviet to me, but it's not. It's sure it's not. Politica, which is the youth wing of Radix, and it's a youth-led think tank that pushes for greater political engagement, awareness, and education for young people. Jake, your moment.
So, as mentioned at Politica, we focus on greater political engagement, and particularly through things like greater political education and getting people more involved in politics. So we've recently written a policy paper on expanding political education, and at the moment we're writing one on youth mental health. And the core argument throughout it is it's sort of common sense if you think about it. It's that if you mitigate the instability and uncertainty that is faced by young people, then you significantly reduce the mental health pressures that they face. So there's a number of ways to do that. So obviously one of them is more and better mental health provision. So adaptive measures like more funding for dealing with conditions and designated support for young people, but also mitigative measures like preventative healthcare, establishing healthy habits, and that's things like sleep, digital hygiene, work-life balance, and making things like preventative counselling and therapy sessions available. There's also the aspect, obviously, of improving the fundamentals of life and of the economy through tackling poverty. And a lot of these solutions are, in the grand scheme of things, not enormously expensive. So more funding for new Sure Start centres. An IFS study a couple of years ago showed how Sure Start saved the NHS a huge amount of money, and through reducing child admissions to hospitals, not to mention the positive impact it has had in the past on giving children in deprived areas and from more deprived backgrounds a good start for things like reading. Free school meals for all, we've seen over the past year just how popular a policy that is. And it's sort of one of those holy grail of politics policies. It's reasonably cheap when you account for not having to spend the money on means testing, which is actually incredibly expensive to do. It's not a very difficult policy to implement. And again, as we've seen, it's near universally popular. Things like more support for young carers. I think we could probably all agree that no one under 18 should be forced to care for their siblings or parents. So things like more financial support for them, support in schools for them through those things like therapy and counselling. It makes sense that those who are more vulnerable for or sort of mental health problems would be the ones that are really focused on in trying to provide that. There's reducing stresses on young people's mental health in education. So reducing the amount of content that students have to learn. I think over the past few years, we've been going completely in the wrong direction with that. Formally examining students less and trusting teachers' judgments more, like abolishing SATs, for example, especially at the end of Key Stage 1. Thankfully, we're already seeing that with the upcoming rollout of the new reception baseline assessments, which are held with teacher in an informal setting, though that's not coming in for another couple of years at the end of year 2. So yeah, fewer exams, less content-intensive exams. Where testing is used, potentially don't bundle it all at the end, have it throughout the course, so that you don't end up with situations where if someone's going through a hard time when the final exams are happening, that can sort of screw them over completely. If you don't bundle it all at the end, then that's far less likely to happen. Much more coursework and project-related work. It tests other skills, it varies education to make it more enjoyable. And importantly, given the topic of what we're discussing, it reduces pressure on students and young people. We need to obviously create enough capacity in special schools to cater for every young person, particularly with special educational needs. There is £280 million of new funding coming from the government, but there's now an annual funding gap when it comes to that stuff of over £1 billion. So it's very clearly not enough. And that gap, by the way, is only going to grow. And then, I guess, most relevantly to what we're talking about, empowering community organizations to support people. So government, and that includes local government, cannot always identify the issues within local communities, particularly disenfranchised communities. So more funding should be made available to fantastic fourth sector organizations like the ones that have been mentioned so far today, so that they can work with people where there is that need and they can offer support, be it financial, administrative, work-related, school-related, mental health-related, or whatever. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, I encourage you all to be thinking about your questions, which are on this theme about community empowerment to improve young people's mental health. Rachel Oger is chair of the UK Youth Select Committee on Knife Crime. She was a member of the UK Youth Parliament for Essex. And in February 2020, she launched a report in Parliament detailing recommendations on how to tackle knife crime. So, and she's also organised a lot of countrywide projects, including a mental health festival for young people. So, Rachel, over to you.
Thank you. Thanks so much. So just to introduce myself, my name is Rachel, and like you said, I'm the chair of the UK Youth Select Committee on Knife Crime. And just to explain a little bit about what we've done through that project has been myself, as well as 10 other young people, working with Parliament, working with the British Youth Council to create a report by young people, for young people, showing what we want the government to do to help us tackle an issue which is very prominent across the country, and this issue is knife crime. So I think through working on this report, through working with politicians in Parliament, as well as the ex-Prime Minister Theresa May, it became clear that the government, even when they do have good intentions, even when they do want to help young people, they do need guidance from young people, from charities, from different people in the community to know what is the best solution, where's the best place for them to put their money. And I think that is where we all come in. That is where communities come in. We're the people on the ground, we're the people who know where the issues are when it comes to knife crime, when it comes to mental health, when it comes to anything that's dear to our hearts. So I think what is really important, why I love the fact that we're having these conversations, is that we as communities need to brainstorm ideas and know what the root problems are. We need to know where the real solutions are. So we're not just patching up the issue, but we're actually dealing with the root causes. As someone who has worked with the UK Youth Parliament, as well as worked with several youth workers, it's become clear, speaking to them, that mental health for young people is a big issue, and it is something that has been neglected. I think there's so many things, there's so many pressures, like Jake said, facing young people nowadays, even just social media, schools, like there are just so many, it's like quite literally countless at this point. So I think what we need to do is make sure that young people's mental health is a priority and is at the forefront of the agenda, because mental health, as I'm sure we've all seen and we all know examples of, is something that is going to affect people in the long term. So the sooner we deal with it and the sooner we address the issue, the sooner we can all move forward and everyone can be happy. And we're seeing less statistics that are quite frankly horrible to hear. I think by grouping together and by all supporting the issue and making our beliefs known, we can all essentially help young people gain access to support they need. I know something that I'm quite passionate about is the fact that youth services have been closing year on year, losing funding. And I think that is quite frankly unacceptable, because youth services are something that I have benefited from as someone who is 19 and has loads of friends who have benefited from youth services and that sort of support. I believe that it's quite frankly essential for young people's mental health. And we as a community need to hold the government accountable and make sure that they are funding these services. They are funding schools to be able to address these issues. We need schools and we need communities that don't just care about outcomes, about grades, but also care about each individual person, which is why I'm here to just help feed into the conversation about mental health and just help us reach our targets and figure out how we're going to move forward as a community on this topic. Thank you.
Very much indeed. Yes, please. 4 very different presentations, but I think all with one theme, which is that it is pressures in everyday life that trigger mental health problems for young people, and that statutory services are very late in picking those up, if they do at all. I'm a Liberal Democrat member of Parliament, and I'm a Liberal Democrat parliamentarian, and I have worked on various different bits of legislation to do with mental health and mental capacity. And it wasn't until recently that we that Parliament was made aware of the fact that something like 50% of enduring mental health problems occur before somebody's 14. And yet, in mental health, the majority of funding, A, goes to acute services and B, goes to adults. When in fact, we really ought to be being a lot more upstream. And if we had listened to people, we would have been. So the question, I suppose, or for all of you is, how do we get the people out there in the community who know what's happening and why it's happening to be shaping the future of acute services, but also enabling the empowerment of communities? That's the question to keep in your mind. Anybody here got questions they want to, but if you have, you want to put your hand up, right? Okay, I can see one at the back, please. Yeah. Yes.
People in my position can do right are like 13, 14-year-olds in like middle class. Because I'm sitting here hearing this stuff, but not knowing what to actually do. You're telling me what the government is doing, not what the middle class people of my generation are doing.
Okay, I just need to I just need to say, because you don't have a microphone, I just need to sort of give people the gist of your question, which is, as a young person, what is it that, how do I get to find out what it is that is being done and should be being done by government and others, yeah? Or what you can do. All right, okay. Well, let's put that back to our community activists. What can somebody who cares about this in their community do? Let's start over here.
Well, I think it's a great question. A lot of the time, people assume that it's something that somebody else has to do. And I think you're absolutely right. You need to be empowered to know what you need to do. So I think what you need to do is find spaces and places where your ideas can be heard. I think you need to, you could certainly think about joining, getting in touch with us. We could look at mobilising some community around some of the things that you're interested in or some of the things that you are particularly keen to develop. We can mobilise like-minded people around you, as well as people who might just want to get involved in their local community. And from that, there may be something that grows. It depends on what the particular issues are that you're facing. But I think your approach to it is absolutely right, is that it's what do I do? And I think if you've got that attitude, if that's what you're thinking, then I think it's about you being connected to the right organisations. And I'd love an opportunity to work with you to find that out, get to know you a little bit and understand you, and then think about who we can connect you to help grow some of your own aspirations and your own ideas, as well as not necessarily focusing on the barriers, but acknowledging them. I think it's important that we acknowledge what the difficulties are, but that's not to say that you can't be the leader in solving some of your own problems.
Also, Grapevine have been working a lot on our website lately, and it's had a really positive impact on us. Like, although we haven't really been able to meet in person because of COVID and all that, we have done a lot on Zoom, and we've worked on developing a really good website, and it's had a really positive impact. So that's obviously like something that young people can get involved in, and yeah.
I'll just say, good question, very good question. And the key point for me is nothing about us without us. So you have to be present. You have to make sure if they don't invite you, gate crash. I think Rachel Ojo is a good example of somebody who has contributed to parliament, to get the parliamentarians to think, okay? So young people need to be present when those ideas are coming up and when decisions are being made. Don't let us make the decisions for you. You understand me? So be part of that conversation, and hopefully we can give young people the room to make decisions that's good for them.
As everyone else has said, in short, get involved, be it through things like local youth councils, youth parliament, just sort of whatever local groups there are, I guess, really.
I would definitely just echo what you said. I think I found myself in like quite a similar situation when I was around 13. That was around the time when I joined my local youth council. But yeah, I think I would recommend to you, join your local youth council, even in school. Maybe you want to like start like a mental health network or something. Just talk to your teachers and see what you can do. I think when you're a young person, you might think that your voice isn't big enough, but trust me, it is. It's just for you with your friends or whatever to take that first step, and then you will be amazed at like the amount of support you'll get from school, from family, from friends. It's really just about taking that first step and just seeing where it can lead you. Also, I think I'd recommend, I know everyone says the writing to your MP, but even just like your councillors, your mayor, they're normally quite receptive, talking to people, leaders in your community, community leaders, people who run groups, people who run societies in your community, any youth leaders. I think just getting as many people as possible on board, sitting together and brainstorming, what can we do? Even if it's just a little project and then you expand it to more people in your community. I think every little does help in terms of making steps towards reaching the overall goal. So yeah, that's what I'd recommend that you should do.
Not to be a Pollyanna about it, but as you can tell by my hair, I'm very old. And when I was your age, we just didn't talk about this stuff. And we really didn't talk about it in school. If somebody had a problem, it just got hidden away. And we're not like that now. It's better. I know, for example, that my colleagues who are Liberal Democrats in the London Borough of Sutton, one of the very first things that they did as part of their sort of COVID response was to say, we are going to have a mental health professional in every one of our schools. And the job of that person is not to take on board the woes of the entire school, but it is to create a school environment in which mental health is talked about, is worked about, is seen as being an integral part of the success of the school. And so if your school's not doing that at the moment, then I think that's something that you could begin to raise with people, because now is the time when we should be opening all of this up. But thank you very much. Very, very good question.
If I can just jump in on that, I completely agree, actually. It's about sort of discussing it and creating that atmosphere within schools. That goes a long way in the preventative measures.
Yeah, the days of suffering in silence have got to be gone. So we got some questions coming in on Slido. So, sorry. Oh, sorry, I didn't. It's dark in here and I didn't see you. But please go. Yeah. Yes, it would. Yeah, if you can run down.
Hello. So thank you for your response, but yours in particular, and hopefully it ties in nicely with the question that I'm going to ask. But one of the themes that have come up pretty much frequently, and one that I have issues with myself in terms of running an organization, is resource. Resource is constantly the fight. There is a finite amount of resource ultimately for an infinite amount of possibilities that we can do. So my question is, understanding the fact that most of the issues that arise that we're talking about, particularly amongst mental health, come from disenfranchised communities. They come from people of color, LGBT people, disabled people, etc., etc., etc. In short, those people are not listened to, right? That's the issue. If you look at Parliament, it is not a representative demographic, right? It's full of, pale, male, and stale, frankly. So it is. So the short answer is, how do we get the people who are in a position of power to, excuse my language, give a shit? How do we do it? How do we tell them that our priority is right one? How are we convincing people? Great, you've all come up with great methods, all great ideas. Not a problem with that. But if no one's going to fund that and no one's going to spend the time to do that, it's pointless. They're just ideas. So how do we actually get the priority out there and get people to fund this?
Good question. Let's start with aspirant parliamentarian. Rachel, go on.
Yeah, I think that is definitely an incredible question and one which we need to think deeply about. I think the first place to start is just by I know it's how do we make them listen? You make them listen by making your voice heard. And that's obviously easier said than done. But I think in this day and age, we have so many resources at our disposal. I think social media campaigns are something that I think over the last year, we've seen just how powerful they can be. Starts with one post, but at the end of the day, by doing that, we can make people in power listen to us. I think starting campaigns like that, petitions are also very useful. But I also think in terms of resources, I think most people would be surprised how many options there are in terms of getting funding. I've done a lot of work with the High Sheriff where I live and getting funding from that source. So I think really doing research in that way is a really good way to try and get funding. And even if it starts with a little bit of funding, I think when people see where the project has gone, then more funding can come on board. But I know it's not always as simple as that. So another thing I would say is collaboration. When you're collaborating with other organizations, that's going to help you not only gain traction in the community and wider, but it's also going to help you pull resources together. I think that's something that we've seen that community groups sometimes want to do things by themselves. But I think partnering with other local groups, partnering with bigger organizations, I think that's something that's really good. And it's something that means if you have a common goal, working on it together can just mean a better result for everyone and more progress being made.
You don't have to answer. Does anybody else want to chip in on this?
I agree with all of that. Keep talking about it, keep getting involved until people can't ignore your involvement.
One of the issues with that, I agree with you,
yeah.
But one of the issues is that the people that we are trying to kind of talk to, right, frankly have significantly more resource than, say, people in this room. You're preaching to the choir, I imagine. I'm generalising it a lot. How do we get these people in the room to even talk to them in the first place if they're just going la 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 la, I'm funding X, Y, Z?
Well, I think that's the benefit of things like collaboration.
Yeah, I think one of the things, I'll just say this briefly, your local MP has a responsibility to listen to you. You can write to them 1,000,000 times, they will have to listen to you. The other thing are lobbying bodies as well that can lobby members of parliament or other interesting party. I don't know if anyone has heard about the all-party parliamentary group, for example. That's another place that we can use. Of course, you have to provide a lot of evidence to support your case. I'm working with a number of people in the UK where we're campaigning to ban conversion therapy. We have provided a lot of evidence. We've had meetings with a number of MPs. So that way we can get people who have who are in parliament to listen. So, and the campaign has also been very effective. So
I think we need to start talking about mental health like it's some sort of isolated issue when it's not. And I think it has this ripple effect across a person's life and their family's life. And if those needs are unmet over time, the issues become absolutely huge. And I think certainly when we talk to systems, and we make reference to the 16.6 billion pounds that it costs the economy every year, and that was reported in the 2019 report from the House of Commons. 16.6 billion it's costing you anyway, so you're spending it. That's the way I would see it, is the government are spending this money, but they're spending it on systems that aren't working, that can't get to the root of the issue, that perhaps are working with condition and classification. This is housing, this is safeguarding, this is disability, this is mental health. And that's costly, working in that way. And what we try and do is we try and ensure that when we are applying, I mean, I can only speak from when we're applying for funding, but we don't speak about it in isolation, because it isn't an issue it isn't an isolated issue. It's a huge issue across families, communities, in lots of different ways. So I think it's about looking at where the system is unable to meet the needs of its community and how much that actually costs, how much that wastes each year. And then thinking about the ways in which we can work as the voluntary sector, we have more freedoms than systems. We were able to bend and flex to meet communities' needs much better than the system is. And therefore, we're a better way of using those limited resources. So I think it's about perhaps thinking about how we structure the conversation so we're not speaking about mental health in isolation. That's it.
How do you get politicians to be interested in your issue? You make it an electoral issue. If there's votes in it, they will be interested in it. And that's how you, should almost go without saying, but if your vote depends upon what they do, then that's a very powerful thing. We've got some questions here. An interesting question. I'm going to slightly tweak the question a bit. The question is about, given the state of young people's mental health, what are targets should we set for government and for education providers in relation to improving young people's mental health? It's an interesting idea about targets, but do you want to start here?
I think that there's a bit of this kind of links to one of the other questions as well, but I think there's a lack of funding in schools to support young people who are struggling with mental health, like to support people that have, like myself, who have AHCPs and who actually like need help. There's a significant lack of that in schools. And I'm not talking about my school specifically, but I'm talking about many schools across the country. They just don't have the support system in place that people with special needs need to help them through schools. Like even in mainstream schools, there's still a significant number of students with special educational needs there, and they don't have the fund, and the schools don't have the funding to provide them with like the staff and the resources that they need to help them. And so I think that the government should do more about that. They should provide the schools with more funding so that they can help people that are perhaps struggling in schools. And another thing is, I think that schools should, obviously grades are important, but I feel like sometimes schools focus way too much on grades and way too much on students being academic, and they don't think about the impact that it might have on their mental health. So I think that maybe schools should just put grades to the side for a minute and just actually think about what is this doing to the students' mental health? How can we help them with perhaps other things that are going on in their life that are a bit more important than grades?
G-Day, do you want to say amen to that?
I say amen to that, absolutely. I think the other thing that we also need to recall is that those services, like Ola has completely described, also needs to be culturally, traditionally appropriate. And they also need to be sensitive, because there are different ways that you provide services for people of color. When I lost my mother in 2013, I was sent to bereavement counseling to a white woman in Excess. She had no idea how a Black African Nigerian man, grieve. So we have to make sure that those services are there. Yeah.
Essentially, young people, Politica focuses particularly on sort of secondary school and university students. So that's what I'll speak about. But particularly for university students, stop treating young people like an afterthought, stop keeping young people in limbo, stop scapegoating them. Throughout the past 18 months, a lot of the time, younger people have been blamed for things. The situation with universities, it's been terrible. They've been providing a really poor quality service throughout it and expecting people to just really get on with it and be fine. And I hate to say it, but I don't see that really changing anytime soon. What with the announcements over the past few days that a lot of universities are going to keep a lot of learning online on a permanent basis.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And I think it's about, especially in schools, like training teachers to know what to do when a young person has poor mental health or mental health issues. I think it's really bad to hear that in some schools, teachers have been given like young people detentions because they've been acting out, or just like disregarding them in class. And I think it's really important that young people through schools, because schools are like one of the main places where a young person is nurtured in our community and societies, know what services are available for them and know what help they can get. I think the worst thing imaginable is for someone with poor mental health to literally be suffering in silence in a classroom when there's so many services out there that could help them. There's so many community organizations that could really help them thrive in their education and help them through any difficult times.
So we've got a question here about promoting health, mental health being considered a public health issue rather than as a specialist service, and the role that that might play in developing community responses. Who wants to go with that?
I'll go with it. I think it has to be specialist, to be quite honest, to some extent. And I'll tell you why, because as soon as we entered the lockdown, a lot of Black African LGBT people were suffering. Many are students as well. They have to go back home because they didn't know what to do. And you know, that time that people go to university is when they start to actually maybe come out or realize who they are as well. So they turn to House of Rainbow. We literally had to fundraise for specialist treatment so that they get the appropriate treatment. And that is why I echoed, you know, that treatments and services need to be culturally, traditionally appropriate. So I think it can be specialist, but of course, we definitely need some public support as well, or public health support.
I think about a young person that we work with, young Curtis. I mean, a long list of problems, if you want for a better word. So we're thinking, we're seeing autism. He's 15, child protection issues, problems engaging with school. The list goes on, and I think the issue is that as a family, they were really struggling to make the changes that systems expected of them, and the system really wasn't working. And what we did in response, not saying that, you know, but this works, is that we got to know the family, we got to understand that young person in all sorts of different situations, and we got to hear things that perhaps the system would never hear. And by understanding the family in that way and understanding what it was that actually Curtis needed, it turned out that connecting him to a restaurant, you know, putting out a call to action to community saying yes, and connecting him with a restaurant meant that he had a sense of purpose, he had routine, he had opportunity, he had a chance to learn, he had an environment that understood his needs and was able to bend and flex and be able to work with him. And that gave his family hope, and his family became stronger as a result. So I think that even though we might think that systems and specialist services have the answer, actually I do think it is a public health issue, and it's a community issue. But I think when community is woven together and helped to think about how it can meet some of its own needs as they appear in their community, young people can really thrive. And his autism hasn't gone away, and his mental health difficulties won't have vanished, but he certainly is feeling happier, stronger. He hasn't had a meltdown all summer. He's connected, he has opportunity, he has hope. So it's not about a cure, it's about understanding and acceptance and finding opportunity. And I think community is where those things happen, not systems.
I'd agree with everything that's been said on this. I think in some cases, yes, it does have to be specialist, but at the same time, it also needs to be a public health issue in that all parts of government and civil society need to consider it an important thing, need to have it woven through all parts of decision making so that it's not just an afterthought, and so that it's something that's actually thought about, because that's really the best way to bring about the preventative sort of measures.
Rachel?
Yeah, I think I definitely, like you said, agree with everything that's been said so far. I think as well as having specialist services, it's important for it to be seen as a public health issue. we need teachers, we need social workers, police, everyone in society to see mental health as a key issue and to essentially work together to make sure that the issue can be resolved in as many cases as possible.
We are. Question up there. And this is, I think this is going to be our last question because we are wrapping towards the end. So maybe quick responses. Go on.
So the current school system is still based on the Victorian era system of controlling students and drilling them with based on exams. And this is very detrimental to the well-being of young people, as well as it suppresses creativity and ingenuity, worsening learning outcomes. Do you think that a more student-directed democratic education could create an environment to improve student well-being and learning outcomes?
Yeah, I definitely think that students that I really don't, as I said, the way that the school system works now has really affected my mental health, especially over the past couple of years. Like when I did my GCSEs, it was really stressful, and then lockdown happened and everything got changed with my A-level exams, and that was all because of the school's traditional system. And I feel like if there was a more student-led approach, rather than the teachers just saying this is the way it's been done for hundreds of years, we need to carry on doing it this way. Like, we're not living in the Victorian era anymore. We need to like it's not about what the teachers want. It's not their grades. It's about the students. If students actually had a chance to speak about these issues rather than just being pushed away, then I feel like it would have a way more positive impact on their mental health, and they would feel, and it might well impact grades as well, because they're suggesting it rather than it being suggested by other people. It could lead to them potentially wanting to put more effort into it because it's something that they've done and not something someone else has done for them, and it could well lead to better grade statistics as well.
I think you're absolutely right, Orla, because I think if you look at the Children and Families Act, it talks about a person-centred approach, but what you're talking about is exactly that, and it's not happening.
Yeah, I'd agree with what everyone said on this. If you have it so that it's more focused on the students and you have a less exam-centric and perhaps more coursework-centric system, you'll end up with people more engaged, happier, and as can be seen if you look at countries that have systems more like that, Finland being a key example of that, you end up with more well-rounded students.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree with that. I like the phrasing of the question and that you called it a more democratic system. I think teachers and schools need to look at every individual person and every individual student and see what they want and what would work best for them. I know we've all heard about arts and music being cut in schools. I think it's wrong to use a one-size-fits-all approach and assume that every single student wants to do maths, English, and biology, for example. I think we need to make sure that there's funding and there is space and opportunity for everyone to do what they want and what they're good at, because that is how we develop young people into being their best selves. And that is how we develop people who are going to be passionate about their careers in the future. And I think that is just the best way going forward for not just for young people's mental health, but for everyone in general. I think people are going to be more positive and happier if they're doing what they want to do and not just what society expects of them.
Absolutely. I just kind of giggled because Rachel was talking about expecting them to do maths, biology. It sounds like my Nigerian parents anyway. I think I just want to add one thing to it. Just imagine all of that's been said, plus the anxiety that young people are also feeling around their sexuality. Please, let's not forget that, because, you know, people go to university and they're still growing and maybe working out whether they are gay or lesbian and from a Black African Caribbean or any of the BME communities. Just imagine the additional pressure on their mental health. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. And thank you for all the questions. I think what I would summarize this as being, we know that mental health problems arise in communities. They arise when individuals are under stress. They are exacerbated when those communities are under stress. The answer to those problems is not going to lie necessarily in acute services and acute medical services, although there are some people for whom those are going to be important. But the real lesson, or the real thing to take away from this, is that we have to put the investment into those communities in ways which is accessible to those young people in order to prevent, that's the word that came up time and time again, prevent what are, for in many cases, really avoidable problems if we just think about that life and the issues that are now presenting themselves in front of our young people, starting, I think, from junior school, but most specifically in secondary school and in college. I want to thank all of our panelists for being brave and upfront. Somebody said empowered. I want to use the word brave in leading us through this session. But I, in particular, want to thank Orla for being with us today. I think her insights have been absolutely tremendous, and we wouldn't have had anything like this discussion about that. And Orla is clearly a young lady who's going places. So to those of you who've got her forms, fill them out. Thank you very much, everybody.
under pressure, so let's kick off. Right, hello everyone. Welcome to this session. Just a quick so yeah, I'll do the housekeeping first. First of all, obviously, just if everybody could shut their phones off or put it to silent or airplane mode, that would be great to start off with. Also, if you can feed in your questions here, all the information's there. That would be helpful. You don't have to do it, but that would just be really helpful for us because we can have the questions up here, and that will slightly prepare us for the Q&A that will come afterwards. I'm Nick Tyrone. I am a Radix Fellow and a Spectator columnist, and our session today is about what are the health inequalities in left behind communities and how can we level up. So obviously during the COVID crisis, what we found out when the NHS was under pressure was how much health inequality we had in the country. Obviously the burden tended to fall higher on people lower down the socioeconomic ladder. So what we want to do is try and discuss those. What has the pandemic laid bare in terms of that, and how can we improve on those things? Now, to start us off with, we've got a video from Professor Sir Michael Marmot from the UCL Institute for Health Equality. So he's kindly given us a video on the subject that we're going to watch.
On the 30th of June, the front page of The Guardian had two stories. And a friend of mine in the United States, in Washington, D.C., wrote to me and he said both stories were jaw-dropping. The one that covered 2/3 of the page was England 2, Germany 0. And the bottom third of the page was quoting me saying the drop in life expectancy in Greater Manchester in 2020 was jaw-dropping. 1.6 years for men, 1.2 years for women. That is jaw-dropping in 1 year. 1 year may not sound like a lot. 1 year is enormous. And to get a drop of 1.6 years for men, 1.2 years for women, is indeed, forgive the cliche, jaw-dropping. We also reported that the COVID-19 mortality in Greater Manchester was 25% higher than the English average. And it illustrated what was clear from the beginning of the pandemic, that it would expose the underlying inequalities in society and amplify them. And so it proved, not just in Greater Manchester, but all around the country. I've been emphasizing the so-called social gradient in health for a very long time, pre-COVID. If you look at where people live and classify it by level of deprivation, the greater the level of deprivation, the shorter the life expectancy. It's a graded relation from top to bottom. When we look at COVID-19 mortality, the social gradient in mortality from COVID-19, whether in Greater Manchester, the Northwest, or the country as a whole, look almost exactly the same as the social gradient in all-cause mortality. In other words, although we think of COVID as being about a virus and the vaccine will solve it, it's much more about the nature of society. The causes of inequalities in COVID-19 mortality are really pretty similar to the causes of inequalities in health more generally. And that's why where we were before the pandemic is vital and of importance. I produced a report on the 25th of February, 2020, the Marmot Review, 10 years on. We look back at what had happened in the 10 years since I produced the Marmot Review, Fair Society, Healthy Lives. And the picture wasn't good. A slowdown, a marked slowdown in improvement in life expectancy, increase in inequalities, And life expectancy for the poorest 10% outside London actually going down, getting worse. The bottom 10% had got sicker over the decade from 2010 on. A miserable picture. And COVID-19 made it worse. And that's why the report that I produced in December 2020, we called Build Back Fairer. And the report for Greater Manchester, we called Build Back Fairer in Greater Manchester. If the government is serious about levelling up, let's pause on that conditional. If the government is serious about levelling up, then our Build Back Fairer reports, the national one produced in December, and the one that underpinned England 2, Germany 0, physically on the page, if not conceptually, give the blueprint of what needs to be done to build back fairer. We don't want to go back to the status quo that existed pre-pandemic. As I documented in my 10 years on report, that was far from ideal. If we're serious about levelling up, that means building back fairer. My recommendations look at early child development, education, employment and working conditions, having enough money to live on, healthy and sustainable places in which to live and work, and taking a social determinants approach to prevention, but at a higher level. And so we need action on all of those, but at a higher level. We need to put equity of health and well-being at the heart of all government policy.
Right, I am now going to turn to Dolly Tyus, who is the co-founder of the 50/50 Parliament, hashtag Ask Her to Stand, and a health campaigner. And Dolly, what's your take on the health inequalities that the COVID crisis has uncovered, and what do we do about it?
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for having me speak in this session. I want to pick on two things that Professor Sir Michael Marmot touched upon, which is action and the tackling it from a social determinants health inequality perspective. And I conducted a piece of analysis last year that was published in January that was a 30-year analysis of all government obesity policies, called obesity policies, but broadly health, diet, physical activity planning policies, school food, you name it. It's all included within the broader remit of obesity policy. And the stark findings were that there have been 689 policies proposed by government in that time. So 30 years, almost 700 policies proposed in that time. And yet we haven't seen a significant or consistent reduction in obesity prevalence or the related inequalities. So why is that? We wanted to explore that. And we did that through understanding what kind of policies have been proposed, what are those almost 700 policy proposals, and why hasn't actually translated into any meaningful results. And there are lots of reasons why, but two, which one relates to the inequalities point and one relates to the action point that Professor Sir Michael Marmot touched upon. The inequality is that the types of policies that tend to be proposed are less likely to lead to reductions in the inequalities because they rely on people to use a lot of their own resource in order for them to make a difference. So policies like information-based things, you can do that if you've got the time, resource, if you're willing to engage, if you're interested in it. But if you've got a busy, stressful life, and life is hard, we've got a lot on our plates already, without having to think and engage with the kind of information of, whether it's dietary advice or whatever, we've got a lot on. It should be easy. So those have been the majority of policies proposed by government, have relied upon people having to really expend a lot of their resources, whether that's time, money, engagement, you name it. And that gets harder when you're in more deprived areas facing disproportionate barriers. The other thing on the action front, or why we haven't seen that probably likely led to meaningful action, is because policies have largely been proposed in a way that's unlikely to lead to them being implemented. So what we also saw over the 30 years was repeated policy ideas, again and again, the same thing you would see. And why did they not happen? Because 91% of those almost 700 policies were proposed with no cost or budget. 76% had no monitoring and evaluation plan. Barely half of them even had a responsible actor in which was responsible for actually implementing the policy. These vital pieces of information that actually makes these ideas turn into action was missing. So no wonder we've got a situation of 30 years of policies, and people like Professor Sir Michael Marmot, who have published reviews with great recommendations built on the evidence, that 10 years later he's having to publish updates on it's actually worse. Not only have we not seen the situation solved, it's actually worse than it was 10 years ago. So those are my two pieces on the action and inequalities side of things.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dolly. I will turn now to Dev Sharma, who is the co-chair of Bite Back 2030's Youth Board. He campaigns on a load of issues, and he's a MYP for Leicester. And Dev, what's your take on this?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I think it's afternoon. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. Coventry is an amazing city. So I'm the co-chair of the Bite Back 2030 Youth Board. And Bite Back is a youth-led campaign which aims to revolutionize the high street. We've realized that in terms of health and everything that Dolly said and the professor said, in terms of health and children's health in total, in general, adults for generations have spoken about young people, yet we haven't really heard young people speak about their own health. I think the aim of Bite Back and the reason why we created it was we said nothing about us without us. I think one of some of the health inequalities that have been exacerbated over COVID and over the lockdown was advertising, and young people and Bite Back as our campaign saw that massively. So young people were doing online school. Everyone was living digital lives. We were, talking to our friends online. We were interacting online. We were living digital lives. What we basically saw happen was an exponential rise in advertising for junk food advertising. And it was incredible. So something that Bite Back did, we actually led a campaign on trying to restrict junk food advertising online. And we saw this issue, and a lot of the young people on our youth board saw this issue and said, okay, we're seeing a rise in junk food advertising. We're finishing school. My schoolwork is set online. The website that my teachers told me to do the schoolwork on is flooded with advertising. So when I'm finishing my schoolwork, all I'm seeing is an advert for a Mackey's. So I'm craving a Mackey's after a long day worth of work. What can we do about it? So we delved into the government's own consultation, into the government's own statistics about junk food advertising, and saw, is this actually an issue? Does this actually impact young people? Does it actually affect young people? And in 2019, and this is before the pandemic, young people saw over 15 billion, and that's billion, that's junk food ads in 2019. Now that's 400 adverts per second for junk food. And that's incredible. That's when we kind of realized, and this is in the middle of a pandemic, we realized around February time, that we live in the UK and we think that our internet is regulated, but we live in in the country with one of the most vast, most unregulated internets in the world in terms of advertising. And I think that really sheds light on health inequalities exacerbated. These massive, massive companies have billions and billions of pounds who are responsible for tons of amount of global consumption. They are responsible for an incredible amount of global consumption in terms of food. These companies spend billions to advertise unhealthy food to young people. And that's only gotten worse over lockdown. I'll move to the successes, and one of the successes we saw from that was, Bite Back campaign on this. I wrote an open letter to Matt Hancock calling for the health secretary, calling for a complete end to junk food advertising. We also did we hired an independent expert to try and see if our suspicions were correct. we saw that junk food advertising had actually increased over lockdown, that nearly half of all child UK influencers had advertised junk food, and that if we introduce a junk food advertising ban, that would add an approximate 125,000 extra years to the lives of British children. Now that's incredible. And I think there's still so much work to be done. There's so much things that's like our high street is flooded. We realized that these massive companies have so much control over our lives. We saw that digitally. Still so much to be done. But a win that we've had recently is in terms of junk food and advertising and how that controls us. And hopefully onto bigger and better things for protecting children's health. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Well, I'll come now to Councillor Rosemary Sexton. She is a Green councillor, sorry, in exactly one day. Not yet. In Solihull, and is the health spokesman there as well. So over to you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. And thank you to the previous speakers for the great contributions and the really important points you've raised. Sir Michael is a bit of a hero of mine. And one of the first things I did when I took over as health spokesperson for our group in Solihull was to read one of his books. And the reason for that is because Solihull has a really big problem with health inequality. The difference in life expectancy between Kingshurst in the north of Solihull and Knowle in the south is 12 years. 12 years. Now, just to put that into context, if you could completely cure heart disease, it's gone completely, the increase in life expectancy we get from that would be less than half of that. So 12 years is absolutely massive. Now, one of the things I wanted to understand was why we see this difference, why we see this huge difference. And we see it across economic lines, also across other inequalities, things like racism. We see that difference in life expectancy there as well. And when I start talking about this, a lot of the time, what I'll hear back from people is, yes, but it's about people's choices. It's about the choices people make. People choose what they eat or whether to exercise. And if only poor people would behave a bit better, if only they would eat better, if they'd smoke fewer cigarettes, if they'd do more exercise, then they'd stop dying on us. You know, we've got programs for this. We've got educational programs. We've got policies in place. Why won't they get on board? And I've heard people say, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. To which my response is, you can lead a politician to data, but you can't make them think. And there's a lot of data out there around this, and there's a lot of data that says this is not a problem that's going to be solved by behaviour. This is not a problem that's going to be solved by more education, as I think we've heard. And unfortunately, for looking at individual problems like the problem of obesity, this isn't something that individual policies are going to be able to tackle very easily, because health inequalities are fundamental. And it's very, very hard to address health inequalities without addressing inequality. And that's the thing that sometimes people don't want to hear. So let's talk about why inequalities lead to a health gap. The first one of these is because poverty is inherently stressful. When you're worrying about how to pay the bills, how to keep a roof over your head, you know, where the next paycheck is coming from, that's a stressful place to be. When things go wrong, you don't have the means to buy your way out of the problem. When your washing machine breaks unexpectedly, you don't have the spare cash just to go out and buy another one. And then there's the problem of social status, because one of the things that we know is that for primates, and not just for humans, we know that in our closest primate relatives, social status is inherently, being at the bottom of a social hierarchy is very stressful, and that stress will kill you. Like I said, this is, you know, when we talk about baboons, for example, and there's a great behavioural biologist who's written about his time studying baboons in East Africa, Robert Sapolsky. I highly recommend his books. And he's talked about the effect of being at the bottom of a status hierarchy for baboons. These are not animals who need to eat less junk food or smoke fewer cigarettes. these are animals who are affected just by that social interaction that's going on. And being poor is absolutely the same as being at the bottom of that status hierarchy. The next reason is because poverty reduces autonomy. So it makes it harder to make choices about your life. And people in stressful situations who've got lots to think about will tend to default to easy choices, or the choices that come most naturally. Unfortunately, in our society, we have industries that are centered around making unhealthy choices easy for people. The junk food industry, as we've heard, it's easier to be inactive. It's easier to reach for something out of a vending machine rather than a salad. And that, again, makes it harder for people. The harder your life is, the less likely you are, the less able you are to make those better choices. And the third reason that I want to talk about today is to do with access to health services, because access to health services and your experience of health services will be affected by your status and the amount of money that you have. When we talk about, for example, the willingness of people to go and get COVID vaccines, a lot of the time, the rate of vaccination will track very well the levels of inequalities in society. And part of that is to do with people's trust in the system. So if you're poor, you're likely to have had worse experiences of healthcare in the past. You're less likely to trust the system. You're less likely to get on board with programs like vaccination and other health programs. So more programs is not the answer. We've got to address some of these root causes. And this is why it's a really difficult problem. And it's why it's very hard to find ways to address this that don't just tinker around the edges. Now, that's not to say that these other policies are not important, because I think they absolutely are. The LGA, for example, has called for the government in its health and care bill, when it's talking about obesity, to restrict junk food advertising much more extensively than it has done, particularly around schools, for example, to time with that point earlier. Again, they haven't yet been persuaded to do so. So these are things that we can and should be addressing, but we also need to look more broadly. We need to look at how to make healthy choices the easy choices for people so that they're accessible to more people. And we need to look at how to address those fundamental inequalities rather than just trying to educate people around it. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. Right, so we've got a question from the crowd. Mark 6. This is directed at you, Dolly, but if other, so I'll let you have first crack at it. But if other panelists have strong views, please let me know. So basically, taking your quote, people are busy, they don't need more info. Agree with that, but the problem being is if we sort of try and tailor advice to need, how do we get around postcode lottery? And obviously, the whole point where we're trying to get around here is health inequality. How do we avoid just making the health inequality different, if you like? We still have the inequality, but just in a slightly different way.
So, I mean, it's a very interesting point, and it comes down to about the kind of information that we're talking about. So, I mean, come into this conversation, Mark, because and do explain a bit further in terms of when you're talking about the types of information, do you mean in relation to what I said about what information based policies are proposed, or? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So how do you reduce the amount of information? You make people do their own research. You tailor it, you curate it, you say, you're this sort of, and that's why we have a GP who figures out what's wrong. So, but if you tailor it, then you're giving different people a different set of advice messages, maybe even a different deal. And is that okay?
I mean, there are so many different types of information that we can be providing. You're talking about healthcare within the healthcare space and health professionals giving advice, whether that's, what you can be doing to change things in your own. Those sorts of things we know are less likely to be equitable and effective because they rely, again, on a person to come away from having heard that advice. And we talked about this earlier. People know what they need to do to live a healthy. Everyone can sort of broadly label what's required in order to live a healthy life. That's not necessarily the barriers. And we've, again, had this on both of what you were talking about. And it's an important reminder on some of the things that we have been discussing earlier today, which there seems to be a resounding theme, which is that people want the positive. arguments as well. They want to know what it looks like in a world where it is easier. And it's not just about ease, it's about it being appealing. It's about it being aspirational. It's about it being socially normal. You know, all of these things. And we talked about it is easier with with the cooking, and it can be cheaper and whatever in reality. But what are the other barriers that are contributing to that not actually happening? And social norms and branding and what is available around us, all of these things interact, which again comes to your point on why this is such a complex area, because you're not likely to see one policy make a drastic difference to the outcome. You're going to need multiple policies where each one is playing a role. And tobacco reduction is a really good example of where multiple policies made that happen over time. Each one, if you just did plain packaging, if you just did banning and smoking in public places or whatever, all of those things alone will not have contributed to the downward trend. We need your idea combined with junk food advertising, combined with high streets and tackling the social determinants in terms of poverty. Each one needs to be understood as that. And I hope that we can create a condition where it's not zero sum. We're not saying that one or that policy idea. How can we say when the government is doing advertising, that is amazing. Let's see how it works in practice. What are we going to do next? How are we going to get the LGA's recommendations into practice, et cetera, et cetera? This is going to be continuous, and we want it to be positive. We want cooking to be cool, healthy to be delicious, nutritious. We need to see it and imagine it and see other people that we are exposed to doing those things as well.
Wonderful. I'm going to go to, do you want to come in?
Can I just quickly
Please,
come
yeah,
in?
go on.
One of the things that we like to talk about in public health is a concept called proportionate universalism.
Yes.
So the idea with that is that you make a service, or you make something universally accessible so that everyone uses it, but you target it towards areas and towards people where that need is greater. So you might look at basing it in a particular area, for example, where you think that that's going to have the greatest impact. And again, the idea with this is not that you're keeping people out. I mean, you do want to make sure that you're getting it to the people who need it most, but you're not saying you can't come. You're just putting that in a way that's going to target the right areas or the right demographics.
Great, thanks. So I'm going to go to Tim. You had a question.
So I just wanted to develop this idea a little bit, because I'm not sure if the panel necessarily responded to the implication of Mark's question, which is that we can follow a lot of what is now on offer in terms of technologies that are available, personal research that Mark discussed, and we can do a huge amount to raise average life expectancy. But we would be doing that by increasing the inequality, because the responses to the additional technologies, the ability to inform yourself, the ability to access early diagnostics, the ability to access vaccines, etc., could have a collective positive effect on the population. But actually, the very people who, somewhat patronising, might need it most are the ones who are least likely to respond to it. So are we comfortable with a world in which the collective good is improved, but the inequality increases, as opposed to simple universal measures such as the time come to ban smoking?
So my take on this is that you have to do both. We want to look at how you can increase average life expectancy across the board, and there's going to be a demand for that. I think every politician is going to want to look at increasing that baseline. But you've also got to look at what are the barriers to access and how can we make that more equitable and how can we address those particular barriers. And I think those conversations are really important. And it feels like we're just starting to get to a place where those conversations are happening. And when we talk about these things, I mean, I sit on our Health Scrutiny Committee, I sit on our Health and Wellbeing Board, I sit in the LGA's Community Wellbeing Board, and those conversations are happening. When we talk about something that's coming in place or a change in systems or a change in how health services are accessed, one of the things that I will always bring up is what effect does this have on certain marginalised groups? What effect does this have on people who may be less able to access the internet? What effect does it have on people who don't have access to a car? And those I think are really important to consider. And that's the purpose of some of these boards. we've got to look at that at a local level as well. It's not something that, you know, there's a one size fits all approach to. You've got to engage with those communities, and as Deb very rightly said, you know, you've got to do it with people, not to people.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, question there.
It's interesting listening. We're talking about, it's funny because I was listening to the gentleman on my left here, and with no disrespect to anyone else, just, you know, it's the most insightful. This is someone speaking from an area where actually these problems exist. You seem to have a lived experience of this. You probably have personally, it's that we're talking about this when these aren't our problems. And I don't mean that in any kind of disrespectful way. We're talking about the possible solution for these people when we've got, and it's a difficult one because of course we all have we're all speaking of the best world in the world, but it seems to me we're talking in a way which actually doesn't address problems, but might diagnose them. We might be wrong, we might be right, we might be wrong, and yet the positive here is this gentleman. I'm not trying to point out, you know, everyone's spoken so well, and this gentleman here is the person with the lived experience. Surely that's the answer. We're looking for answers here. Kind of got them without, you know, with respect. I suppose that's my only observation. It's an observation with a question.
All right. Any other questions? Oh, you want to come in on that, Deb? Yeah.
I couldn't agree more. I think, like in this argument, there's always a public health argument. There's always adults saying, "Oh, there's this and that," but do we really listen to the people with the lived experience? We saw that with free school meals. Do we listen to the young people with the lived experience? Young people have, for generations, for the last 30 years, especially the last 10 years, grown up living in an incredibly skewed food environment. They know firsthand how big companies target them. It's become a way of life. We're not really fazed by it anymore because, well, we are, but it's all subconscious. There's so much around us and it's so bombarded on us. We just kind of take it as an everyday thing. I'll give you a really good example where young people weren't listened to, and that was, I'm going to bring it back to junk food advertising. The government put out a consultation for junk food advertising, and they were like, we want to do this, but let's ask the general public what they think about junk food advertising. That's great. The consultation was designed for academics and big businesses to answer. When young people from Bite Back tried to answer the consultation, we just didn't understand the questions. Now, are you trying to, if you're trying to like introduce a policy, right, you need to listen to the people with the lived experience, yet that wasn't done. And that's what we need to see. We need to see a complete overall. We need to see from the highest levels of government to local authorities to businesses, listening to young people, working with young people. I also wanted to comment on a quick thing, and I think the lady mentioned an incredible, like, completely agree with her point. We need to move away from individual responsibility, right? Young people are growing up in a food environment which is completely different to what my dad grew up in 30 years ago. They grow up in a food environment where as soon as I come out of school, and I'll give a personal example because it's so obvious. I'm in year 11, I've just done my GCSEs, I'd have long school days and I'd be so tired. Walk out my school gate and I see a flashing, like, great marketing, bright chicken shop right in front of me. Then there's a fast food shop just behind my school. Now, I'm a young person, and that's literally the only option I see as soon as I come out of school. Now, that's convenient because it's right next to my house, it's right next to my school. It's cheap because I'm a young person, I'm not carrying tenors. I have a £1 or a £2. Like, my mom's not expecting me to go out and get a 3-course meal. I have £1 to get a burger. And thirdly, the marketing is so on fleek, like bright red, it's attractive. And how are you expecting young people to not go for that? So we need to change our surroundings. We need to copy what we've done with climate change, right? Climate change, so what we've seen is companies take a whole more, we need to see a societal change. We need to see our big companies change. We need to see governments change. We can't pin it down on individuals to make the change when the individuals are growing up in an incredibly skewed food environment compared to what their parents grew up in. It's not easy to make a good choice. It's not easy to make a healthy choice at all for a young person. Before I just finish this point, the Food Foundation recently took out a report, and they mentioned a really astonishing thing. And this is about like growing up in a disadvantaged background. If you are in general, if you walk down your high street, 1 in every 4 shops is a junk food outlet. If you live in a low-income or a disadvantaged community, 1 in every 3 food outlet is a junk food outlet. Now, we've seen, because if you live in one of the most, so they also did research and they looked at the most affluent constituencies and the most affluent areas. And in the most affluent areas, 1 in every 5 food outlet is a junk food outlet. Now that clearly shows that the discrepancies and the inequality is there. If you grow up in a disadvantaged community, you're more likely to have healthy options in front of you. It's harder to find healthy options. And therefore, you're going to grow up eating food that isn't good for you, food that young people shouldn't be having. And that's what we need to change. I think that's why we're all here to talk about solutions. So I'll stop speaking and we'll listen to other members of the audience.
Thanks,
If I could just quickly say, in response to the original point, I completely agree with you. I think the way I see it is my role is to create space for the voices of people who may not otherwise have their voices heard by those decision makers. You know, as a counsellor, I get to speak to people who are involved in shaping some of these policies, who are decision makers. I can go and talk to them. You know, somebody who's maybe living that experience may not have that opportunity. But I can take those points with me. I can create space for them. I can try and make consultations actually meaningful rather than just the box ticking exercises that they sometimes are. So that's completely agree that that's what we should be doing.
Right. Is there any more questions? Yes, this gentleman right here.
Thank you. So I think it's really, really fascinating to listen to you, and I think that you're crying out for people for if you like, the top-down solutions, and absolutely that's what politicians have to deal with. But at the same time, in terms of that idea of people being at the bottom of the pile and therefore that being a stressor, to use an overused phrase, some of that is about taking back control, isn't it? And when people feel in control of their lives, that's a way of addressing that. So my question is, and there's actually 3 of us here who are counsellors. So as a counsellor, my question is, are there good examples, are there good case studies of communities beginning to take back control of these health inequality issues that we can learn from and that we can try and spread good practice into communities from?
It's a good question. Does anyone on the... Yeah?
We were talking about the school food, but the Chefs in Schools project, for example, and what you guys are doing as well.
I had something in mind, and it probably isn't local communities, but let's look at London and the city mayor in London. I'm from Leicester, so speaking from a complete outsider point of view, they banned and restricted junk food advertising 400 meters near any school. They restricted junk food advertising on TfL. That's communities, that's local council taking back control. And what we saw from that was that more healthy options, the advertising that was in front of schools and that was available, because most schools are flooded with advertising. There's just bus stops and it's advertising everywhere when you walk out of school. Those options and those advertising options were replaced with more healthier food choices. And what we saw is when young people were presented with more healthier food options, they were going for the more healthier option. They wanted to have it more because young people are young, we're malleable. If you grow up seeing something, you're more likely going to want to have it, right? So that's probably something I've seen, probably local community. London's quite a vast city, so it's probably not local.
Well, that actually brings up an interesting question to me, which is, it kind of covers a lot of the policy stuff in almost any area, which is, if we're talking about things like, the problem with advertising, that sort of thing, all the stuff that you're talking about, Dev, how much of this needs to be top down, as in this needs to be the national government doing stuff, and then how much of this needs to be local. And of course, the worry about the local stuff is the whole postcode lottery thing. We got into it about, you know, information and everything on Mark's point, but actually it's a more general thing of how much does the national government need to do, and how much is this going to be, or is this going to be powered by localism? Basically, is my question.
I think it has to be some and some, because I think you have to have an environment where you can do those things. You know, things like restrictions on advertising, for example. That's not something that you can just pull out of your hat. You need a framework that enables you to introduce that. But at the same time, I think you have to bring people with you. You know, I don't think it's something that will work well if it's imposed from above. It's something that people need to collaborate on. And I think the other really important thing is we've talked a lot about restricting junk food advertising and having less junk food available, and that's important. But there needs to be an alternative. And when we start talking about alternatives, what are the barriers to access for people to cook more healthily themselves? You know, if somebody, for example, doesn't have the facilities to cook at home, or can't afford the gas, or you know, doesn't have a saucepan, you know, things like that, that makes it much harder for them to eat healthily. So all the advice about healthy eating in the world is not going to help them to overcome those barriers. So I think it's about looking locally at, you know, where are the barriers here, and how can we address those? And I think that's something that that does need to be a local solution.
I agree. Look at climate change, right? The government is like, there's a top-down approach, but there's also local authorities doing work. The government can impose so much. The government can say, we want to do this by 2030, we want to do this by 2050. But then there's also local councils doing their part, and they're also taking out policies, and they're also working on this and creating more parks and creating more green spaces and cycle lanes. It's both approach. There's also stuff that I think I'm a firm believer in a top-down approach, but there's also work like Bite Back, the charity, our charity. We over lockdown created videos, and we work along. Our campaign is actually funded by Jamie Oliver. So we found a chef from the Jamie Oliver School, and we created recipe packs, and we created videos alongside them for low-income communities, for kids on free school meals, to have to create, you know, to have their £15 allowance, to go to the supermarket with this checklist and cook a healthy lunch with Jack, and Jack was a chef, every single day. That was something we as a charity did. That's something, you know, like local. There's also stuff that the government can be doing. There's also stuff that local authorities can be doing. There's also stuff that charities and us, like volunteers, could be doing.
Right. I've got, there was a couple questions. There was one, yeah, there was a gentleman in the second row, a gentleman in the third row. So I'm going to take the gentleman in the second row first.
I was just going to add a couple of examples. I work at Bite Back as well, and I think at national level, obviously on advertising and stuff that the government can enforce digitally and on TV, but at local, you know, there are things they can't. So street advertising at local level, Bristol local authority, I think, has now said it's going to stop any HFSS advertising on any billboards. And then there's other examples of local councils that have stopped planning permission for new sort of unhealthy food outlets near schools. So I think those are just a couple of examples of things that we've seen.
And yesterday, actually, Dr. Nick Johnson, who's just recently been elected as Mayor of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, has committed to putting public health at the heart of his entire vision for that area. And it is a real kind of petri dish in terms of a sort of mini version of the UK. And that is very exciting. So maybe that's a watch this space when it comes to transforming that. But I would just echo what everyone said, that it's not zero sum with any of this area. At no point, if there's a concentration from top down, it doesn't mean that's not happening or shouldn't be happening elsewhere. And we just need to be continually remembering to celebrate the action that's happening across every level of government.
I think there are a lot of overlaps actually between when we're talking about health inequalities and when we're talking about climate change, because a lot of the same things apply. You need the local initiatives, you need a national framework that enables you to implement that.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Yes.
On that comparison, do you have the support for it that you do for climate change? And then is it as big an issue in the national consciousness?
I think there is a lot of misunderstanding around health inequalities, as I alluded to at the beginning. When I talk to people about health inequalities, a lot of the time we have to get past that stage where people say, well, it's about choices, isn't it? And I think getting people to the point where they understand that actually it's about an environment, it's about systems, it's about structures. And I think once you get to that point, actually you can bring people along with you. Something that I've noticed is that more and more we seem to be building some cross-party support on this, but it is something that we need to keep pushing on. And again, I think there's always that tendency to introduce sort of regulations and programs about individual areas rather than looking at the big picture and saying, actually, the elephant in the room here is inequality, and how do we tackle that?
Isn't the challenge then that it's too complex a response? The climate change argument is really simple and easy to make, but making that case takes 2 minutes and you have to go into detail. It's too complex.
I mean, as somebody who does make the climate argument as well, I think it's maybe not as simple as that. But I think I take your point that sometimes the more you have to explain, the fewer people you bring with you. So I agree. We need to find simple ways of getting these messages out there. What I'm tending to find is that in the meetings that I've been in, you know, I've sat on boards and I've been there for a couple of years now, and we've had those same conversations time and time and time again. I've brought up those same points, and we're starting to get there. We're starting to get there, but it takes time. It takes time, and I agree that in terms of sort of the national picture and what the average person in the street might pick up, because the average person in the street is busy, they've got lots of things to think about. You know, it's not that people can't grasp this stuff, it's that a lot of the time they haven't thought about it because they've got so many other things to think about. And I think that is a challenge. That's definitely a challenge.
Okay, we'll take, if it can be brief, because we're right out of time, so.
Just one question. So the topic is about protecting young people from violence. One of the things that's getting popular is sometimes bullying can happen in social media and in daily life in secondary school. So, like, what do you guys think of this bullying and how to protect young people from bullying? Or how to recover from it?
Anybody on the panel briefly on that?
So, sorry, I missed the end part.
Sorry. I was trying to say because recently, like, you know, with the use of social media, sometimes bullying can also happen on social media, and which is kind of like impact young people's mental health. So, like, for the health of the future generation, what would be the best thing to do?
Bullying on social media. Dan,
I think
do you want to take that one on?
Yeah, that's a big subject to launch into the last minute of us.
Just 1 minute.
I
I'll
think with
make
1
it
minute
quick.
to go, I think we'll just leave that as if you want to pick that up with anybody afterwards.
Yeah.
Thank you everybody for coming. I thought this was a great chat, and as we showed at the end, obviously we could have gone on longer, but we've got the time that we've got. If everyone could give a huge round of applause, Councillor Wilkins, section, Dolly Tyus, Dev Sharma. And thank you everybody for coming.
And just before you go, that's the end of our programme. I wanted to just add my thanks to Nick and Rosie and Dolly and Deb. That was really, really great discussion. And I've had the opportunity, other than when I was chairing myself, to go through all of the sessions. And there has been the most amazing quality of debate. And it's come in part from the speakers we've put together, but much more from the participants with some just great contributions. And I've really enjoyed the discussion. And that's what Big Tent is all about. It's an opportunity to bring people together to discuss new, exciting political ideas, but not in a political environment where people, I hope, feel free to sort of abandon party labels at the door if they have them, and just talk openly and honestly. And just one thing that really struck me, I was talking last night with one of the MPs who's been here, and she was saying to me that in the old days, by which she meant 5 years ago, we used to, as politicians, to have the opportunity for those sorts of discussion. We went on foreign trips, and you know what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. When you're abroad, MPs from different parties used to talk to each other. And that hasn't happened. It didn't happen first because there were 3 general elections in a very short period, and then because of COVID. And they've stopped talking cross-party. And that in itself has really strengthened or reinforced the divides that we see. Big Tent is our attempt to begin to get people talking together, both intra-politician and with politicians and outside the party level. If you've enjoyed today, tell your friends. If you haven't, then keep it to yourself. If you have enjoyed today and you think that Big Tent should continue and do more of this, then please do check out our website, www.bigtent.org.uk. Nice, easy one to remember, bigtent.org.uk, and become a friend and subscribe. And you will hear about more of our events. We have the most exciting program which we're putting together for the next 3 years, including a follow-up to this event, which will involve coming back to Coventry. It will also include the report from Radix, which is the think tank I run, and which will sum up the best ideas to come out today, and we'll look forward to sharing that with you. So with that, my biggest thank you is to you for coming. Please step outside, enjoy the sun, enjoy the booze, and have a lovely chat.